polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny, I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny, I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny, I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral disorder. You me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice order, and my partners love me for it. I'm a 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order. I'm proud to be. In whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through.
There you
go. You're all sitting around a table in the Citadel of Memory, the Raven Queen's domain.
Oh, yeah.
You're enjoying a surprisingly pleasant meal and partaking of the hospitality of the Matron of Ravens. She has granted each of you boons or answers for the part that you each have played in the return and recovery of her sister. Pernell is back, restored to her true self. The path before you is yours. For some of you, it is a new beginning. For some of you, you're still looking for answers to questions that nag at you. But for the time being, the Raven Queen has stepped away. And when you're all ready to go, you can gather again in the sort of antechamber that you were in previously before you came to this one. Sort of a great hall modeled somewhat after that of House Rosen. You hadn't really pinned, of all people, the Matron of Ravens for being sentimental, but apparently she cares just a little bit.
A tiny bit of sentiment.
Love it.
Well, I assume we're going back to home, but after that, does anyone have any idea what we're doing?
Taking a few days off. Figure that out, I guess.
I mean, fair.
For a
I
week.
support a few days off.
Suppose there's still many things to be taken care of.
Yeah, it's just we were sort of doing this thing for a while.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the next thing is.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm fine with thinking about the next thing a little later.
Fair enough.
It shall be good to see home again. 'Twas nice.
Sure.
And I think they'll be happy to see Leah's alive. And
I think
Shepard.
Shepard will be glad
And
to
Shepard,
see
yeah.
home.
Yeah. I can only imagine what my God would say.
Yeah. Yeah, how long
That shall
has it
be a
been
sight to
since-
behold, I suppose.
I don't know that we've figured out an exact date, but Leah's 60 and she was a little girl when her mom
Oh, okay.
disappeared. So I don't know if Brendan knows. Because I'm like, I don't know what little girl is in Furbolg anyways, but
You lived for a while, so I'd probably say that you were. So you consider you were less than you weren't quite an adolescent yet then.
mm-hmm.
Probably then she's been gone for a couple of decades easily.
Yeah.
Um,
Like she pretty much had been presumed dead, like
30 or 40 years easy.
nobody thought that they ever would see her again because yeah.
What part are we jumping to?
Basically, we're
We're
still
still-
eating
we're-
and talking about what to do next, basically. People suggested, like, obviously going back home and then resting for a few days and
Yeah.
figuring out where to go from there.
We'll figure out where we go from there.
There are a
So
lot
we're
of
still
loose
we're
threads.
still
Around the table.
having food. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
doing this.
Yep. So it's up to you. The Raven Queen is has left the chamber.
I know
We were just talking
discussing
about
Shepard.
home
Where
and
is
how
Shepard
long.
right now?
Yeah. Well, we were out of character talking about how long it had actually been since Shepard was last seen,
Yeah.
and it's been a couple
Oh,
decades.
yeah.
At least 40 years.
Yeah.
Probably actually closer to 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were somewhere not quite yet a teenager. I would imagine furbolgs
Mm-hmm.
mature roughly the same age as humans because that's just the
Yeah.
shorthand that they all use.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
you were
I think
probably
that's-
like somewhere around 10 or 12. So not so little. Or unless it was really little.
No, like 10 or 12 is about what I was thinking. Because
Okay.
she clearly remembers her mom, so.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, so about 50 years.
I mean, at least
a
at the moment
long
she's
time.
resting elsewhere.
Mhm. I would assume if we do go. Did we go back out to the foyer area or no? Or the.
Yeah,
hallway?
So we're
all
still
sitting
around the table,
Okay,
figuring,
'cause I was gonna say,
eating
I'm
and trying to
assuming that's
work
so
out.
she's there somewhere or something,
Mm.
or will be there whenever we get there. I don't know. That's my assumption.
Certainly won't so notice some downtime, but there's at the very least some monks holed up in the mountains outside Warden that at least I would like an appointment.
What are
That
Yeah.
is right.
I'm not
what are
opposed
these
to-
monks doing up there? I don't think Leah's heard of this session.
Oh, have we not told you about the
Oh,
really?
we've not told you
I
about
don't
that.
think Leah knows. No.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe
um,
most.
I think
well,
may briefly reference them.
Yeah, I think
yeah, I
so.
think they've come
I don't
up
think she
briefly,
got
but
the
we
full-
haven't really explained them.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't really been a focal point, so.
Right.
Well, okay, so there are these monks. They suck. We really don't like these monks.
Any particular reason why? I'm guessing there is. But...
Well, we have
they-
some prior history with them, and
Yeah.
I have some prior history with them even before that. So
Oh.
One of the first times we ran into them, they may have possibly like locked out a town, killed a bunch of people claiming they were infected, and
they
then
were essentially sacrificing the town.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then
to,
gone
um,
completely
cultists.
batshit
cultists
crazy.
for
Yes, that's
Not
Things
like the
like
we do not want
cultists
to let
that,
run amok.
or whatever it was.
well, and also I believe they were responsible for the death of your elven friend.
Sibylla.
Yeah.
Oh.
That if Leah was a dog, her ears
Yeah.
just prick up. But you know, do furball ears do that?
They do
My-
that.
They do now,
in
yeah,
a
there you
very
go.
droopy manner. They twitch a
They
little
get
bit.
slightly less droopy.
They've been, I mean,
They're bad news.
yeah, lots of abomination things related to them.
Well, if they had anything to do
Aberration,
with
sorry, not
Aberration.
abomination. That was
I mean, that
me
too.
using
Yeah, I
the
know
wrong
what
Suppose
you
they
meant.
aren't
They are
abominations
also
as well.
abominations.
But
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, fair. They're not
We would
just
certainly
You
call
are
them.
not wrong. If they had anything to do with Sibylla's death, then I most certainly have no quarrel against dealing with them.
They're my next best lead, and even if they weren't, I have an obligation to remove.
I think for a moment and then kind of glance over at Aiden. May I be forthright?
Please. That'd be a welcome change for you.
Yeah. Please do.
She's gonna like ease that. That is fair, but who are you? We did not even know you had a family name until this moment.
Settle down.
Yeah, that's a long story.
Well, I feel like we have a long
And
journey. So.
yeah, to be honest, it's not that I'm against telling it. I feel like at this point, probably owe it to you guys. But do you mind saving that for better
Not here.
atmosphere? Yeah.
Perhaps at home then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
fair. That is
Fair.
very fair.
Forgive me, I suppose we were talking about it, and this is. Well, I cannot say this is better atmosphere for me as well, so I understand.
I'd rather not have a god listening in from the other room. I mean, a god will probably be listening in anyway, but just one that's in the same building seems a little.
Understandable.
That's
And
fair.
well, also we're all
Yeah.
very tired, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Or
It has definitely been
Weak.
a day.
What is time, really?
Yeah. Thinking that as she continues to eat
Haku,
quietly,
why are you barking at me?
More of a day for some of us than others.
sliding back into silence for a bit.
But we're here.
Uh,
We're alive. My dog is barking
Like
for
you do.
no apparent reason.
Where are you now? Has a pet?
Weirya is hiding a corgi in her bag.
Right. It's
Yeah.
it's
I
no,
mean,
it's,
fair.
it's the ghost of her childhood dog
Yeah.
shows up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perhaps a different note. Wiria, what does suck mean? Slowly taking out the journal.
Well, in this particular instance, it means is really bad or, something that you just really don't like.
She starts writing that down slowly.
There are other meanings of the word suck.
All right. I believe I know
But-
at least one of them, and I did not understand that context, but
Yeah, no, it's
I suppose I need to keep this up more fervently now. And gesturing to the journal pages as she's making them. I have many things to learn.
Yeah, especially if you're going to be sticking around for
Yeah.
the
you have
duration.
a life to do it.
Sticking around.
As long as you want to. Don't necessarily have to stick with us.
Yeah.
No, I was actually going to ask if that was all right. I
Of course
assumed,
it's
but
all right.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, yeah.
it's good to hear.
You're certainly useful enough. Kind of
I appreciate that. But I believe I am most certainly learning about this world with you all. I have visited 3 continents now.
More than I have, I think. Really.
Yeah, that's true. We came from a
Not made it that far around. I'd say Wiria, maybe?
I mean, technically, Felice, I think, wins because she's off armamenting right now. So
Oh, yeah. Felice, yeah, we got to get her the story so we
Who
know
knows?
this, but
She's made it that many yet.
I don't know. Who knows?
in a couple weeks.
Yeah, exactly. How long did it take us to get out here
Yeah.
from home? It was at
Took
least
a couple weeks,
Yeah.
Yeah.
at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Feels like longer, but it's just because of our
Yeah,
time
yeah.
versus character time. I think Cortana has only been summoned for like 9 or 10 months at the most in this particular.
Yeah. I can pull up the timeline in a moment.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it was like 6 months
I
before we
wanted to
started. And it was
say,
like 3
like,
months.
To Soa to Guardian was a pretty lengthy trip.
Yeah, it was
And
not.
I feel like that was longer than home to Teliana, maybe.
Sure.
Possibly.
I'm
We're
not
learning
sure how
things.
much
I
we
didn't
like
think so. I don't know.
speed traveled through to Teliana, because it seemed like we were ignoring a lot more.
All right, I am searching. Oh, there we go. Ah, yes. This is. Because the calendar that I've got in Discord only goes back to.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. I was searching and searching and searching. Yeah, it only goes back to 10 sessions ago. Okay, so you go to Tesoa. You arrive in Tesoa in the beginning of the month of Mithithar.
Yeah, we were into Soa for at least 3 or 4 days.
And you were in Tesoa for a weekish. For a couple, actually, really, no, only just a couple of days.
Yeah, we didn't stick around there very long.
Right. So on the 10th of Mithithar, you stayed again at the halfway inn and met back up with Wander. A few days later, you encounter the Black Dragon and go with Pumat Sol to Guarden. You arrive in Guarden on the 15th of Mithithar. It is now currently difficult exactly to say because time
Time is.
but it's been now about it's like the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of the following month, the Wallahay.
And we were in Guardian for like a day or two before we got to...
Yeah, you were in Guarden for a couple of days, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not super long, but a couple days.
No.
Yeah,
we
you
spent-
arrived on the
we
15th and
spent
left
at
on the
least
18th.
a week or so at home before we headed out.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, we
Home was
spent a
the
while
longer
at home.
stop.
Yeah, you spent a week from home, and you actually started off your travel. You left home 20 days ago. You've been gone
Oh,
for
yeah,
3
almost a
weeks.
month.
I mean, it was a long hike. Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
long
yeah.
hike.
Yeah.
Seemed longer with that.
That tracks.
You've only been in the Shadowfell for a week. It's just felt like a long.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the
Oh, yeah.
Shadowfell. Yeah.
Yeah, not to say I don't have the urgency in what I do, but some downtime is necessary.
Necessary and very nice.
Yeah. I would not argue with a little down. Well.
Gonna finish
Well, if you don't
eating.
have anything else we want to discuss, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we all feel a
Yeah,
little
finish-
awkward right
yeah.
now.
It's like quiet. There's like the sound of like some silverware scraping against.
Yeah, noticing that, gonna finish up and respectfully push in her chair and stand up, and then, if you all do not mind, I shall have a conversation, and we can leave.
All right.
All right.
Don't feel like you have to rush.
Yeah, I mean, we can wait. Just do what you need.
Believe me when I say, I suppose I have been waiting thousands of years for this already. Just give a nod and start heading towards the other door where she saw the Raven Queen exit and go through
Okay.
it.
All right. Your footsteps echo in the halls much more loudly than you remember. It's not. It looks similar to the estate that you grew up in and lived in your previous life, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Which is partly
There's,
nostalgic and partly unnerving, honestly.
Yeah, there's a emptiness, a loneliness to everything.
That actually tracks.
The lights aren't warm torchlight, or perhaps maybe, as it was the early parts of the Age of Arcanum, you had magical torchlight that did not give off heat.
Bunch of
or
drift
smoke.
globes.
Yeah, drift globes and continual light spells. Things. They looked like flames, so you got a nice flickery, warm light, but they were not actual fire. There's not the movement of household staff, of visitors, of people. It's just you.
Slowly take a look around and try to not feel like unnerved by the familiarity and differences, but kind of speak up. Severin. Just kind of look around.
As you're sort of like looking, you hear her voice kind of like over your shoulder, and when you turn to look, she's kind of standing off a little ways away. I abandoned that lane a long time ago. I took a new face, a new form. She looks down at herself.
That is honestly still quite surprising. New form. I am still having trouble finding the words. Oh, God. I doubt Mother, Father, even the oracles of House Donnan wouldst have expected so much from you. You exceeded all expectations, as you always did. Still, I'm confused. My memories differ. The version of you I saw in my dream said I had a brother, but I protected you since I was born. I held you as an infant. Were my memories altered? What is this? What happened?
Your memories weren't altered. But when I cast down he who came before me. And I took his mantle. I was no longer Sebrin, your brother. I was no longer human, really. I took a form that... She kind of looks down. That felt more natural. All my life I was told who I was, what I was. That my path was to be great. And perhaps indeed I did end up fulfilling the oracle's prophecies. But I was done with being what everyone saw me to be. And I wanted to be who I felt I should be. Who I really was.
It hath always been like this. You were... Why didst you not tell me?
We all played our roles. And I knew that I did not want you to resent me for trying to set aside whatever it was that I was supposed to do.
I once not have resented... That is a lie, I'm sorry. No. She kind of walks over to her and kind of stands across. I assume you heard me, but pray you allow me to say it properly. I am sorry for giving in to envy, understanding nothing apparently about you. I did not wish for you to see your sister as she truly was, weak and bitter. And I hope that part of me is dead and buried now.
She smiles slightly, puts a hand on your shoulder. We are who we are. And you're only human. Again.
And thanks to you and them. It is good to be. Takes a second to think and then just says kind of fuck it and pulls, tries to hug
Sort of
her.
like, she's stiff for a moment and she sort of relaxes a little bit into it and kind of just... She's not exactly hugging you back, but you feel sort of like a gentle acknowledgement of it. This is... She sort of shakes her head a little. This is...
I'm sorry, perhaps I was pushing my own thoughts onto Elias before, and steps back and lets go.
She doesn't quite, like, as you step back and move away, she doesn't quite let go of your arms, your wrists. She's kind of just looking directly at you. I've been alone for a long time. And I do not wish to see you come to my domain again too soon. But it is comforting to know that I have my sister again. And even though we are worlds away, that you're still out there, protecting.
Likewise.
Just sort of,
Even with the divine gate, that means we can't see each other again.
I just don't make it a habit of falling.
Believe me, that is the furthest thing from my mind. I doth not wish to experience that again. But
Yes. You won't come back so readily next time.
Nope.
but perhaps that is for the best. But it shall be interesting.
I know what you.
I spent a long time not remembering who I was and searching for your shadow. But like my lord, like Elias, perhaps I needed to instead learn who I am now. And how to live in that new world that you aren't apparently partially protecting. But it is good to know you are here still, and that it was worth it. So worth it.
If Elias ever finds another deck of cards, keep him from pulling one. I don't think it will work out nearly as well as it did last time.
Wait, don't we have a deck?
Not that deck. Wrong
Yeah, it's a
deck.
different deck.
No, I know, but I'm just like, I mean, we have a deck of cards. I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's why I was like,
Oh.
uh-oh. Too late.
I would certainly hope our luck has not completely run out, but that is... What is it, a stretch? Is that the term now? But I shall certainly do so. As best of my ability. Well, I suppose he and I have no mutual control over each other now.
Bonds between friends are strong.
I doubt they truly know what they have given me. And I wish to return that kindness. And I'm glad I'm able to do so, thanks to you, partly. But I believe they wish to go home soon. And I cannot disagree.
I understand. She sort of like looks around a little bit. And sort of as you observe, you can see this sort of pale, desaturated home or facsimile of what you saw sort of just begins to dissolve slowly. Sort of shadows deepening in the corners. Those of you sitting around the table, after a few moments, you may be conversing or still eating or drinking.
There was something I wanted to do before.
Okay. So, as she's having this conversation, basically, the appearance of the old castle, the old home, is beginning to dissolve away into just sort of plain, simple, rough cut, almost ice. very Fortress of Solitude, like as the images, the banners, the tapestries, they all sort of begin to fade. She kind of looks at you. It was good to reminisce.
It was. I
But
suppose. Neither of us should live in the past, should we?
no. Our paths can only ever go forward.
I'm glad to see you.
I'm glad to know that you're whole again. That you can see me. That you know that you succeeded. Just sometimes not always in the way that we expect.
I did not believe that until just now. It is good to know. Sister.
Her face is generally impassive, and while you have seen emotions cross it, for a moment you kind of see a genuine sense of joy when she hears you call her that. She kind of gently lets go of your hands and wrists and steps back, looks over to the open doorway where you can hear a little bit of conversation from your party.
I start turning back that way, but kind of pause halfway and glance over his shoulder. There was a spirit of a child lost in your domain, looking for a family. I could not help her. Can you do anything? Is she all right?
She pauses for a moment. I think perhaps Shavir may help. And she kind of like looks off, and you can see as she looks off to the side what looks to be maybe kind of like almost like you hadn't noticed it before, but a large kind of window overlooking. You can see the town down below, the sea, dark storm clouds, and you can see a raven kind of flying away from the castle.
I guess I'll give a nod. Thank you. You are better than Nurul. Remember that. And do not leave children alone, sister.
Yes. It's a cruel world.
We can make it less. I smile at her and start to turn.
The dawn is waiting for all of you. When you're ready. So as you're sort of the rest of you kind of awkwardly sort of sitting, waiting, maybe someone speaking, and like eventually it's sort of like melting away into, you're still sitting around a table, but it's not as the same in appearance. It is sort of everything is made of a cold, pale blue ice. Nothing's particularly, I mean, everything is cold in general, colder than it seems. Maybe perhaps because you're now perceiving things as they are, or maybe because it's now ice instead of stone. It's difficult to say. But your surroundings have changed. Things have become a little bit less memory and more just cold.
Nathan, like for a few moments or so after Cortana leaves, seems to be in thought about something, and then will push his chair away from the table and kind of look towards Leah and to say, "Did you have any idea where your mother is?"
Not specifically. The Raven Queen told me that she was sleeping, that she was not needed at the feast, but that she would return home with us. So I don't know exactly.
There's something I want to look into before we leave here. Do you think we could find her?
Quite possibly, I would think. I mean, we may have to ask the Raven Queen or something, but
She's busy.
or she might be right outside the door. I can come with you.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Ain't that the truth?
So there's 3 exits to the chamber that you're currently in. There's the one that leads out to the main entranceway, for lack of a better word that you called it.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are 2 side passages. One of which is where you saw Elias's brother come in and then leave again. And then another passage. If you're going to get up and leave the table, where are you going?
So I was thinking there was just one door, so.
Not the one where Elias's brother came from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't go through the veil.
To death.
Don't go through the veil.
Right.
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, I might just try and poke my head through
Don't
the
pull
other
serious.
door that
Right.
Cortana
So it's-
didn't leave by.
Yeah. It's less a door and more just a hall
Okay.
that is just goes and goes and goes and until it's eventually just too dark for you to see.
Does it seem like there's any other rooms off of it?
Just a single passage that extends, and you can see quite a ways into the dark. Even murky Shadowfell Raven Queen Castle dark. You can. It's not affected, but it just goes. It's very unusually. This horrible architecture, like it strikes you that it's not entirely. It's possible that it's not entirely physical. Just because of the
maybe we
length of
should
it.
be directed to her.
I was just thinking, can Leah get any sense of where her mother might be? Or I mean, that could just be no. I'm like,
not really. Like you just
Okay.
your mother's safe. She's just not invited, kind of.
Squirrel
Yeah.
senses not tingling.
Right.
Well then I mean, the Raven Queen knows where she is, but aside from that, I'm not sure.
Like I said, she's busy.
Yeah. So Leah's like, I don't know how to find her then. Unless we just want to go exploring.
Adventure.
Well, yeah, that's basically what we're saying. Maybe we'll just wait.
Yeah.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
You
He's not
know.
inclined to find himself in any weird visions anytime soon.
Oh god, not again. Oh
Oh no.
Let's try this door. Instant visions, wrong hallway.
no. Nope.
Yeah.
Right.
Grandpa Simpson, turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose we're just waiting for an indication that Cortanus is finished then.
Do-do-do-do-do.
So I think that would possibly be an indication.
Yeah, just come walking
So-
back through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cortanus enters moments later.
Back. Yeah.
Thomas enters, followed by chased by a bear or whatever.
Ah, finished already.
Has it not been that
well,
long?
Uh,
Once again,
I don't know.
time
You
seemeth
said you were
fly.
waiting thousands of years. How much do you have to catch up on?
Enough.
Do you know, would we be able to speak to the Raven Queen or ask her? I guess Aiden had something he wanted to talk to my mother about, but we aren't sure how to find her.
Just kind of glances back towards where she came out of.
It's sort of an open chamber, dark in the corners, in the ceilings. You don't really see roof. But there is a pale light shining down on what looks to be an open doorway that leads into a chamber beyond. And that room is lit up possibly by magic. And you can see in that room sort of reflections and light glinting off of what looks to be that mirror or something. Just sort of like a reflective surface. But other than that, just shadow and featureless shadow.
Is that an indicator?
Yeah, that was my thought.
I would guess she's that way.
I believe so.
All right.
So I
Oh
guess
my-
we will go that way.
Roll 20's been kind of weird.
Yeah, well, like one of my monitors decided that it was suddenly gonna stop working.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Alright. I mean, I have everybody up, but like, yeah, I'm just mildly distracted. So go ahead, continue. It's good. All good.
I guess we'll try and head that way, see if she's in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if anybody else wants to tag along. I'm
I'm
not
already up.
asking.
Follow.
Yeah, I mean,
Taking the half-finished bottle, just carrying it along.
Yeah.
I guess if everybody's going, I'll tag along.
Everyone's like,
Well,
well, if everyone else is going,
They assumed they were looking for her because they wanted to leave. So that's what.
I mean,
I assume.
Leah said that Aiden wanted to ask her
Yeah.
her mom something before they
Oh.
left or whatever. So she did at
Yeah.
least say why they were looking for
Oh.
her rather than just like,
Mhm.
well, we assume, because Leah's plan had just been like, well, she'll come back when we're ready to leave, I guess. Like,
I'm listening. I just need to.
Well, I mean, do we see Shepard in that room when we get over there?
or
So when
the
you
Raven
go in
Queen
there,
or something.
or if you step across the hall and go in there, you can see the mirror. It is just kind of reflecting the room that you're in right now. But you do see sort of the figure of the Raven Queen off to the side, kind of waiting expectantly, watching you all. Or, well, those of you who walked in.
Pardon. We were hoping we might speak with my mother. Aiden had something which to ask her. Looking at Aiden like, I'm not really sure.
I mean, if she's asleep, that's fine. I didn't intend to disturb her. I just there's something. And
She nods. When you're ready to depart, she will join you. I don't. Did all of you, or just Leah?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna join just
I
to.
would assume doing this.
if
fine.
everyone was
Here's
going,
going.
Wiria's
He's like,
gonna
yeah.
go because she's not
Yeah.
gonna sit in the weird hall with no one there.
Oh, he going with that, John.
Yeah.
I feel
That's
like,
fair. There's
yeah, I
all.
feel like everyone was tagging along.
oh, here's the trick. I kind of want to take care of this before we depart, just because there's resources here. I want to use before. And I guess I could just ask you straight out. There seemed to be some kind of darkness attached to her soul. I don't know if you have any kind of knowledge on where that may come from or what to do about it. Dirt.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Excited
no.
loading
Oh
DM.
no.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
D&D
I keep
Beyond.
losing
D&D
Discord.
Beyond.
Uh,
Oh.
That reminds me, I think at some point I need to go in and make like a custom class to get all the UA stuff on D&D Beyond.
Mm.
Wait, you can
'Cause
make
if
custom
I-
classes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can homebrew.
thing.
Yeah, you can
put
homebrew.
stuff.
Oh, so I could add the like
Okay.
blessed fighting type stuff or whatever that I have.
Yeah.
Did you?
Back with us?
I might be. Hold on.
I can hear you at least.
Yeah. This is. Shit. Oh, okay. There we go. So, I've got multiple monitors set up, and it lost track of which one was in which order, so I couldn't move my cursor to the window. Because wait, I'm trapped in my monitor. Where's my other, my extended desktop was not my extended desktop, and so I couldn't figure out where to move it to. Okay, so now that I've got control of everything again, so maybe identify. Okay, 2. Okay, that makes so much more sense. All right. Okay, apply. And let me get Roll20 back up. Apologize. Last I heard, Aiden was sort of like, I didn't want to have everyone there.
I mean, not that so much as I'd prefer to do it while we're still here.
Oh, that she understands. That was part of the implication.
Did you get what he asked?
Yeah, and that he wants to talk to her before you guys.
No, he
leave.
actually asked
the Raven
Queen some
Queen
questions.
Oh, some additional questions?
Yeah, it's like right as you dropped out entirely.
Yeah.
Basically, he was saying he was kind of saying like, well, yeah, the thing about that is I kind of want to do it before. You know what? Screw it. I'll just ask you straight out.
When you said, screw it, that's when I cut out. And then so you're asking the Raven Queen another question?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sure.
So
what did you ask?
Leah's mother seemed to have this darkness attached to her soul. I don't know if you have any knowledge on the origin of that or how to remove it, potentially.
I believe the process is referred to as seramorphosis. It is the way their kind propagate. I'm sure that your friend Velis could inform you further.
Yeah,
but I do believe you have the means by which you can cleanse her.
So is it there's a physical aspect to it?
Of sorts. It is a parasite.
Well, that's out of my league, I think. Not unless you want me to do some more surgery.
Perhaps not in this case, no.
As productive as impromptu surgery of a young black dragon was.
For a moment, I thought I dreamt that.
No, that is
happened.
indeed a thing that
That
happened.
It would. Yes. Physical removal, at least any attempt, would most likely kill the host.
So no surgery. Good.
Good job.
Let's not perform open heart surgery.
What needs
Yeah,
is
we
done.
just got her back.
Yeah.
Did she say Velis may know something about it, or
Oh yeah.
okay?
Sure
Because I wrote that down.
Velis knows
Question,
all
I was
about
like,
it.
I know something about it out of character.
Hmm.
Right.
I am messaging you, Brendan.
What do I know?
So, Aiden, I would say your knowledge of aberrations and whatnot, what you've gleaned and what you've learned, has largely been all this there is Dune-driven nonsense that's been happening in Wildemount. Mind flayers are older, are different. So you probably Aiden wouldn't necessarily know about mind flayer, society, culture, reproductive practices, things like that.
I'm kind of looking to Velis at this point. Well, I guess Kristen's messenger.
I don't personally know, so but yeah.
Velis would know.
Velis
Velis
knows.
would know,
Kristen
yeah.
does not.
So,
I can fix her.
So basically, seromorphosis is the process by which illithids reproduce. They implant an egg inside of a host, which eventually hatches into a small tadpole that then burrows into the host, and basically embeds itself into their brain and transforms them from the inside out into another illithid.
Yeah, that's what happened to the guy who took Vane. Yes.
What?
The guy who plane shifted out with Vane. That's what happened to him.
Oh, that's how he did that.
Yep.
Our other campaign had somebody randomly turn into an illithid, and I was like, "What?"
in some instances,
Got it. That's
as a means of subterfuge and infiltration, the egg doesn't always hatch right away, or the tadpole lies in a dormant state until sort of activated, in which case then it matures.
So nope.
Yeah.
Well,
So yeah, I don't want to leave that in there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No.
we can take care of it.
Quickly, if possible, would be good.
I
Alright,
think
well.
get her out of here, and then I'll do what I can.
Let me know if there's any way I can help. I know. I'm assuming Leah knows nothing of this type of process, but
No.
is very eager and willing to learn because, yeah.
It also sounds horrendous.
Yeah, not the kind of thing you want to watch.
Yeah, now that I know out of character, I'm like, oh, that's bad because I saw it happen in character in our other campaign, and it's not pleasant at all. Yeah.
Well, now that we've taken care of that, if anybody else has any business.
I think I would like to return home. Fellas, I don't know how complicated of a process this is, but I almost fear to take Shepard home with this thing still inside her.
I mean, in theory, we're gonna just be there from here, right? It's not really gonna delay us any.
I guess.
I mean, there may be more people there who can help as well.
Help. Yeah.
The sooner we get out of here, the more comfortable I'm going to be, honestly.
And then I believe it is time for us to go.
She nods. Sort of very-
Aiden's gonna, look like he's thinking again, real quick,
Okay.
and then kind of look at Velis, and then look at everybody else, and reach back to his sword, and remove the soul stone
Hmm.
from the sword,
Mhm.
and just kind of present it towards the Raven Queen.
Sort of looks at it and kind of looks at you. You don't see recognition on her face at all, but she reaches her hand out and takes it and just sort of pauses for a moment and looks at it.
Yeah, super surprised by that, first of all, and then very confused by.
Everybody's like, whoa.
When did.
Long
Oh, yeah.
story.
She's
yeah.
just
And all that.
looking at it. She looks up at you.
I'm not expecting you to know anything about it. It just seems what it contains probably is better off with you.
Yeah.
She looks at it.
That's a
And-
good
Fair.
call.
That's
She-
probably fair.
Yeah.
Crushes it, and you can hear it cracking underneath her fingers. Bits of green crystal start splitting out, dust
Wow.
kind of falling from her hand, and you can hear just sort of an exhaled sigh.
Well,
You
that's
can see her
reassuring.
fist is tight. Her pale skin is pale, but you would if she had a blush of life, you could see her face probably would have been even more pale now.
Aiden just kind of lets out
Okay.
a little bit of a. Okay, just did that.
Where did you get this?
That came off of a drow.
In a
He's
mine?
using it in some kind of a ritual.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's relevant, but I think he was from my house.
Well, it
Is that
wasn't
the
the
first
only.
that Dulce has
Yeah,
said
is
that?
that-
out loud?
Yeah.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
it is.
Oh, where's like
Immediate.
Everybody
Like, Aiden Velis.
Dun, dun,
What?
dun.
That's new
That
information.
explains your aversion to it.
Suddenly things make more sense.
I would have explained, but I didn't really get much chance. I can tell you if it was someone from there.
Have
Much chance.
Yeah.
I can tell you if it was one of them, it was nothing good.
But when when Bella says he doesn't get much chance, Weir like literally just tilts her head like it wasn't really like she doesn't say this, but
I
like
know.
How many months
clearly,
ago?
You had it for
Yeah, how
you had
long
this
have you
thing
had
for
this?
how long?
Yeah, that's why I was like, would you know?
I mean, it's
She's
not
not
the
gonna say
only one of its kind out there, right?
She sort of looks
Probably
at you when you say that.
I don't know where any others specifically are, but
I mean, we haven't come across any others, but
look, it's just been some people have had some problems with us, and we haven't had any good ideas what to do with it. So
yeah.
this seems a better time than any to get it off our hands and makes everybody else feel better.
Well,
She's just sort of like
Thank
looking
you.
at the remains of it, the shattered shards, green crystal, and kind of withdraws her hand into her robes a bit. Now is not the time.
Well, I guess we're ready to go.
Yep.
Yes.
And on that note,
She sort of like absent-mindedly nods, and the mirror, the different shards of the mirror, kind of begin coalescing into a single flat, reflective surface, and eventually you see the glade with the home tree. It is dark. You don't see anybody there. But it is after, well, really it's only been a week or so since you've been in the Shadowfowl, but a number of weeks since you have left home, and it is a welcome sight.
Gonna look to the others for the first to step through. Perhaps Leah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, Leah will
Yeah.
take lead here, I guess, take charge.
With Shepherd.
Poof.
Yeah, sorry, Shepherd just gonna meet us on the other side.
Yeah.
She will join you
Mm.
on the other side.
Keegan will take up the tail again. He wants to be able to see everybody.
No.
Also, Deacon has not actually been
No.
home.
That's probably gonna take up the tail, honestly, to be fair. Like, look to Hegan.
Aiden's gonna try and hang back.
Everybody
We're all
wants to
just
hang
like,
back.
Everybody's gonna hang
We're all
back.
eager to get home, except nobody wants to go first. I mean, Leah's going first, but
Who's going
Leah's
first?
probably
It's
gonna
who
go
wants to go
first.
last?
no, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're able
Definitely.
to go whenever. She
As-
really doesn't care.
As everybody's kind of queuing up, though, Velas kind of hangs back to Aiden and just says, "For what it's worth, thanks."
Well, let's just say it wasn't just for you.
I didn't
Well,
think
partly.
so, but I feel a lot more comfortable not having that hanging around us.
Yeah. Sorry if I pissed you off in the church. I was
I wouldn't say pissed off. It's just, I think I understood what she was going through and made me question some things.
oh,
I think we're good. You all right with all this, though?
still kind of processing it.
Oh.
But I'm sure everyone else won't think too long.
Yeah, we'll get dragged into something else sooner or later, right?
As always.
You know, I'm starting to not mind that too much. Don't know what I think about that.
Don't go too soft.
I'll just head on through after everybody else.
As close as I can to the end.
Uh-huh. Unless someone wants to specifically like hang back even more than Aiden. Aiden is the last one.
Oh no, Ren. Technically, Pernell's gonna hang
If
back.
Cortanis is still back at the end,
Yeah.
that'll be fine.
Yeah. Just one last glance back at the Raven Queen as everyone's heading out.
Just a slight smile regarding you.
Aiden would basically just kind of do another look back and then just thanks, and then walk through.
Okay. As you walk through, it's instantaneous. One moment you're in the icy chambers of the Raven Queen Citadel, and the next you're simply standing on the clover and mossy covered floor of the glade at the center of home.
I feel like she
It
just
is
inhales. It's like fresh
life.
air. Like it's springtime.
You
I don't know
can
what to do.
smell the lingering scent of flowers that had bloomed overnight. It is quiet. It is just before dawn, and so you can see ever so slightly the sky lightning. For a moment, you were worried. You had been in the darkness for so long that it seems almost as if, like, did that darkness come all the way here? But no, it's just dawn. And you can, eventually hear the sound of birdsong beginning as the forest begins to come awake. And as the rest of you kind of come in behind, immediately you can feel and hear the life exuding from the forest around you. What you had long since gotten used to, almost just an eerie silence, is shattered by the sounds of leaves rustling on trees, the chittering sounds of small animals, birdsong, something that you haven't heard in quite some time, outside of the occasional call of a raven. And Leah, as you're sort of standing there marveling, you kind of look and see, but standing next to you, just stunned, the shepherd. Just like, for her, she walked into shadow at your side and then emerged at home, and she's not sure that she kind of reaches out to you, puts her hand on your shoulder, and is this real?
I'm just gonna put my hand and just say, "Welcome home, Mom."
And she just bursts into tears and kind of like falls to her knees and is holding you.
Once Cortanus is through at the other side, she's gonna look back at the portal as it starts to close and just says,
"There's
goodbye."
no portal.
Oh
it's
shit! It wasn't. And she's just gonna say goodbye, sister,
as
you're going.
You had a moment with your sister.
Yeah. I was just gonna say goodbye, and that's it.
No. She does. No, she does say. She says farewell.
Once Aiden gets through, he probably just kind of does like some kind of like stretch and like, oh God, I hope I don't regret that.
Already slightly regretting it, probably.
Hey,
you probably will.
Catacombs, I could really use that.
But yeah, no, it is. It is just the trees are alive.
I have so much to catch up with, apparently.
And you can see, for the first time in forever, it almost feels like, a slight glow beginning to filter through the trees to the east. As the sky begins to awaken, you can see it's still pale, and here and there you can see a bit of morning mist that will probably shortly burn away. But for the first time in a long time, sunrise.
Just kind of does one of these and like kind of looks up.
Yeah, that's nice.
You can see, thus far you're all alone, standing in the glade. There is one figure you can see, Suhi, the
Teacher?
elf.
Yeah.
She's sort of moving about. Looks like she might be involved in some sort of ritual. And she kind of finishes and looks about, kind of turns and sees all of you just like standing there in the middle of it. Like, she's like startled, like, you've all returned. And she sort of like stops for a moment, tilts her head to the side. Shepherd.
Leah just
Shepherd doesn't even like pay attention. She's just ugly sobbing.
Yeah. Yeah. Leah's just gonna quietly.
See, like, she's holding on to you, almost like afraid to let go.
Mm-hmm.
And Suhi just sort of like nods and just wait, what? And after a moment, she's like, she just turns and hurries off with purpose.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they know.
Yeah.
But the sky's beginning to lighten, and you can see now that there's actually some. It's still, I mean, compared to like the fortress of ice and the gloom and dark of the Shadowfell that you had been in, it is actually like kind of almost balmy here. But it's just continuing to get warmer, and you can now hear here and there the voices of other Furbolg speaking quietly, kind of beginning to filter in as the glade, which is normally sort of the center of activity during the day, as people sort of begin to kind of go about their business, and those of who are nearby kind of all begin to see you all and start coming up, and word is now sort of passing along quickly that not only have all of you returned, Pathfinders come back, but Shepherd as well. Sort of crowd beginning to kind of form around, but nobody like seeing like the state that Shepherd is in.
Yeah, I was like,
They're kind of
feel
like
like
keeping
Leah
their distance a
will
little bit, but
kind of do, like the, as, people come or whatever, just kind of give him a nod, but just the look of like, give her some space.
Kataz just gets a far off look at for a second as if she'd seen something like this before, and then kind of shakes her head.
Well, the journey back here was a lot easier than the journey away.
Yeah.
Leah's also just obviously looking for her dad, assuming.
I
somebody
assume we'll
probably
know when
ran
you're dead.
Yeah, I feel like it's more just like
Your dad will not be
anything, it's
hidden
like
from us.
nobody else
No.
is allowed to freak out over Shepherd until my dad at least knows that she's here. Not only like here, but knows that she's alive and here. Like,
We shall hear him coming from.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
yes.
probably feel him running. Like, the ground
I would
starts
not be
Almost
surprised.
if on cue you hear a bellow, and you can see like bursting forth into the clearing the form of champion. Yeah. Dorvin. Just like, I mean, his strides are massive. And he runs up, but he sort of stops sort of falteringly and kind of seeing the state that Shepherd is in. And he kind of like looks at you, Leah, almost for like guidance. Like he's suddenly on like, this is not going how he expected, and so he's not sure.
So Leah will see that and just kind of give him a slow nod and just, it's all right. It is her.
And he approaches very slowly. Bends down on his knees. And he just quietly whispers her name. She looks up at him. You can see like her eyes are red. She's just it is ugly tears. She's like just the sniff.
Yeah, I know
and
that
she
feeling.
sort of blinks a little bit. And she kind of like holds up a hand, almost disbelieving. And he takes her hand, holds it between his own. Kind of just, you can see that he's holding his breath, and he's just not saying anything.
I feel like Leah's gonna lean over. Don't forget to breathe, Dad. It's okay.
And that's when he takes like this big shuddering breath, and he starts crying too.
Aww.
And it's just he's very like almost like gentle with it. Like he doesn't quite know what to do because he wants to pull her in for just a big hug, but she's fragile and delicate, and but he's just sort of holding her hand, and she's just kind of quietly crying until she finally just slowly leans into him, and he puts his arm around her shoulder And at that point, you can now hear your siblings.
I
They're
don't
not
have siblings. My friends.
no, friends. I apologize. That was a
Those
bad.
two, the two
It's
that
Bailey's.
are siblings, that are like
Yeah.
siblings.
Right,
Yes. I
they're
was like,
siblings. Yes, okay. You don't have. I apologize.
it's okay. I know what you
Um,
meant. They
right.
might as well be. They're like the adopted family. Also, I don't know who their parents are, so who knows? Maybe we did. Like,
Okay. They're kind of like
siblings
they're over enough times. They'd have dinner at your place
Yeah,
and they'd stay
you
over.
know, yeah.
So they're like family.
Yeah.
At least let's see. I've got their
Guardian
names.
and Steward, I forget their elven
Yeah,
names.
Trislin
but-
and Naven. So Trislin was older, Naven was younger. So Naven probably doesn't remember nearly as much, but Trislin, Steward was, for all intents and purposes, kind of like an adopted mom. So they both sort of come up. And at this point, she sort of looks up and kind of just sees everybody gathered around. And that's when Caretaker kind of like steps up. The older Furbolg, who's kind of like the wisest and eldest of the of home, just like kind of pushes her way through the growing crowd and kind of sees everything in front of her and smiles. And then, like, in a surprisingly firm voice, tells everyone, okay.
Show's over, go home.
She's home. Now let her be. She'll come to us when she's ready. Go, shoo. Leave the family alone.
I love Caretaker.
And she's like pushing people away and like, God, you all. Tomorrow's rest day. You all have tasks to do. Get to them. Daylight's burning.
By the way, I'm assuming Hegan is here somewhere.
Right.
Hegan's
Yeah. Quietly like.
hi,
"Oh,
welcome
no,
to Furbolg Hippieville.
That's
what you're calling it now.
Vaguely alarmed. He's like, I don't know what to do with any of this.
Yeah, it's just
when
Furbolgs.
Caretaker there, Leah's gonna be like, right, Caretaker, brother Hegan. She'll kind of look. I'm assuming it's not hard to find Hegan in this group because
No.
Big dragon.
Keegan is the tallest besides you.
and it's so Hegan, this is home, but this is Caretaker. She is our elder, our leader here. This is Hegan, a friend of my companions that were it not for him, I don't know if I would have succeeded in Melora's task, honestly.
She kind of like, she's short for a Furbolg, Caretaker is, so she kind of like squints up at you a little bit, nods her head.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Have to say, I think I like the feel of it here.
Yes,
It's friendly.
it is.
I'll be right.
It's home. But she kind of like looks to you, Leah, and I think you should get your mother home. We can talk later. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, she had to step away.
Yeah, so
Wait,
well
we
like
can do that.
John's gone, Maggie's gone, and Bess is gone all of a sudden.
I'm
John's
here.
still here.
John's here.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Yeah, your John's here.
And now
Bess
Bess is back.
walked away.
Oh. I just had like a bunch of people disappear, like either their camera went out or they just
Sorry.
stepped away. No, it's okay.
Okay.
Did you get everything out? No, because I set the alarm for 6:45, didn't I? Go get the stuff out. Close the door. I'll be down. Get the stuff out at 6:45. Yeah. I informed my children that I would take a break about 6:45-ish in order to prepare them dinner.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But what she had said as you stepped away, Bess,
Yeah.
it's just caretaker, like ushering everyone home and then saying you should bring Shepard home. She undoubtedly needs just some peace and quiet and rest and probably a moment with her family.
Yeah.
All this excitement is too much.
Yeah. So yeah, we will. I will obviously do that, and
Mm-hmm.
also wanting to talk to Velis about how this thing works, and feeling like I should probably not around my mother necessarily at first or whatever, but probably tell my dad at least, like, so we have to fix the thing still. Like, you know, wanting him to, not wanting to be dishonest or not upfront, whatever, about like, hey, so mom's here, but kind of gotta fix this.
Just kind of seeing Leah go with her family, but should we meet you somewhere, Leomora?
I mean, I would assume. Well, everybody but Hegan has been here before. I'm like, I feel like Leo will say, for the most part, you know your way around. Steward, is he still? I feel like it's yes. He's never far behind.
He's still around.
Steward, would you mind maybe showing Hegan around? If any of you want to go with just giving Steward something to do, and Steward the little puppy dog like little brother figure.
He sort of nods his head. Sure. Kind of like glances over at Hegan and now?
I mean, Mother needs some time to rest, and
Okay.
Unless you have something else that you need to be doing.
I mean, he was sort of more glancing at Hegan as sort of like, do you want to tour kind of thing? He didn't say that.
I mean,
he's looking at Hegan for guidance. It's like, are you gonna hang out with your peeps, or and then like giving?
I mean, they are welcome to also help give him a tour. They've been here before, but
I don't think
feel
anything's going to happen to them while they're here, so I'm not worried about them necessarily. I'm quite curious. So if you have time, I wouldn't be opposed to being shown around.
Okay. He is more than happy to kind of show you around. Home is a settlement of Furbolg. Kind of at the center of this glade in the forest is this large tree. Sort of think very much like the one that you bamfed out of, except not sick. And corrupted,
not trying to kill us.
attacking you. Right.
Yeah.
There is like decidedly, and it is large and it dominates. I mean, the thing is like, think like as big as you can possibly get in terms of like single tree size. The trunk is like a good, I'm not sure what the circumference, but a good 20-30 feet just in diameter. It is massive tree. The root system's extending up, like 10-15 feet, similar to the one that you've been before. And it appears as if this glade area is kind of like a central meeting area. But the settlement itself is very kind of spread out. And there's just a number of communal use buildings that are kind of built into the ground and the forest. Very hobbit-like rather than elf-like, just kind of almost as if you don't look carefully enough, you wouldn't necessarily even know that that's a building. It just looks like more forest. But the
Hobbit Hill for tall people.
as best as that works. Everything just blends in. Everything is it all looks as if it's naturally here. And he kind of shows you around the settlement itself. Like I said, is like where all the people live. Is just spread out. Like everyone kind of lives in small clusters based around family. But they all gather together here in the center where this glade is for various daily rituals, to gather for meals and stuff. Anyone who's in the area, there's sort of like communal meals throughout the day that people gather for. And he kind of shows you around. And in general, you gather it is a very peaceful and slow, natural way of life. There's no pretense. There's no class structure whatsoever. It is very communal, hippie like, and there's almost just a universal welcomeness among the people. They wave and you don't really get a second glance. Not that you're not unusual. In fact, many of these people have probably never seen a Dragonborn before, but they're just kind of so nonplussed about it. Just chill.
It's not like,
comforting and welcoming.
what is that? It's like, oh, you're new. Hi.
Yeah,
Hi,
very
new
much
person.
exactly like that. Like, oh, you're a
Let's
new
be
person.
friends.
Welcome. Hi. We can be friends, you know?
Yeah.
You should join us for a meal. Like just in walking, you've got like numerous invitations to come by, and it's very friendly, and you can see why everyone was so eager to leave the Shadowfell and come here. It seems like it's a place to get away. But
yeah, home's pretty great.
Yeah. So while Hegan goes to get a walking tour, and it's probably not much more than like just a circuit of the glade itself. So it's really just a couple of minutes. Leah is probably bringing her mother back to their domicile, which actually is fairly close. But what about the rest of you? Now that the crowd has kind of begun to disperse. Nice, warm, sunny day.
Yeah. Just glad to
There's
appreciate that for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Early in the morning.
He's gonna take his jacket and wrap the sword up like he did the last time we were here.
Okay. You can see there looks to be the beginnings of a communal meal being prepared for everyone to break their fast.
Most we just came from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, yeah. Yeah.
I
We're not
wonder if
quite
they
ready
shall
to
let
jump.
us stay in the place we were allowed last time.
Probably.
Yeah, you guys can go wherever. I need a bit of time to myself.
All right.
Fair enough.
I think once it's like properly full morning,
Mhm.
that was gonna just take a minute to just look around.
Yeah, right?
Take
Right?
it in.
Enjoy sunlight.
Isn't it? Yeah, see?
So
And I think there's this very just genuine smile as he's looking around and just adjusting.
Also, because Velas can be in the sun now, guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he can always be in the sun. There's always just sort of like
Yeah.
But he
Mhm.
doesn't have to
So-
like squint.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's
without suffering.
it's still early in the morning. And again, this is a thick forest. So but in and amongst all of the things, and we'll just say that the sun has risen enough to where you're actually beginning to get beams of sunlight kind of coming down, and you can feel, like, as you kind of look up, just the warmth on your face. And granted, you're looking in sunlight, and you're kind of squinting a little bit, but it's like
It doesn't hurt.
Like, for the first time, you're looking at it's not blinding. It's just sort of like, oh, bright, but not. It's strange in that you never really held much to the beliefs of your homeland. But it's almost as if every time you walked in the sun, you were being reminded of who you are and what you came from. And it was a penance, sort of a yoke on your shoulders. And being in this place at this moment and kind of enjoying the sun on your face. It's peaceful.
I think that that's the first time probably, at least in a while, that Bellis has just looked like genuinely happy without some kind of sarcasm or something.
Or being drunk or...
Drunk.
Yeah, right.
They still have the bottle they gave.
Oh, he's still holding the bottle in one hand. It's just kind of like...
I'm not drinking it.
Yeah.
But it just takes a minute to take that all in, and then I guess it would depend on if Aaliyah had asked him to come along to take care of stuff or not.
She actually probably would have, because yeah, she wants to.
Yeah, sooner rather than later.
Right.
Like,
So you're like sort of like staring off in the distance, and like Leah's like,
hey, can you help? How do we do
yeah,
this?
sorry. And I'll follow her.
okay.
Suppose I shall find the one who helped us last time. And see if we can set things down. I think I still remember where it was.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking around, everything still seems a bit jumbled, but this is small enough. All right.
Interestingly enough, like there's no memories bleeding into your experiences here. Because it was the first time that you had ever experienced anything like that area.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still fuzzy,
refreshing.
but not. But
Okay.
you don't have that sort of like
You okay
just
there?
consistent deja vu. It's more just like it was a recent memory that you'd formed sort of during this life.
Okay. Then
So-
yeah, she's gonna head towards and kind of remember what we did
Right.
last time and go find that person again.
Sure.
I don't even remember what we did.
Yeah.
I think it may have
Someone
actually
familiar.
been. Yeah.
Oh no, Trisha.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just swallowed water down the wrong
Don't
pipe.
die.
Please don't die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the home at the cottage itself is not that far away.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not. So it'd probably be easier just to sort of go there.
Mhm.
I think there was sort of like an implication that it was open to whenever you returned as well.
Okay, good to know that. Okay, so then
Yeah.
if that's the case, would
Yeah, I would have.
start heading there.
Okay. So those of you who are still remaining, or well, Pernell, Cortanis, Velis has gone off with Leah. Hegan is sort of just kind of beginning to circle back around. So why don't we take, I'll probably need at least 20 minutes to wrap up or whip up food. So we'll come back in a 20-ish, give or take a few.
Okay.
And we'll see how you're all going to want to relax.
On-set episode, go!
Relaxing time.
Yeah, on-set episode. I am
Yay.
not throwing anything at you at home.
Yay.
But, you know, who knows what's been going on elsewhere in the world while you've
We'll
been
figure it out.
trying to deal with this.
Oh,
Well, as
plenty of
long
things that
as
we
Summer
skipped.
does not go turning into
Oh,
an
yeah.
Osid, you know, we'll be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
we'll
we
have
get to
that
go back
discussion
through
too.
Garden, which, out of character, I am honestly super excited about.
Yeah. I'm also just like
That's gonna be
Leah
interesting.
experiencing Guarden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That'll be
going from
interesting.
communal, like
Right?
hippie, everybody's
To-
great, to like you're not the right shape.
Cast
To elves that are
what is wrong with
racist.
these people?
Yeah, to super racist elves.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leah's
Alright.
just gonna be like, what
Alright.
is wrong
Break
with
time.
them?
Let's do
I'll
it.
be
20
back in a bit.
minutes.
Okay, break.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course. I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell
She just like she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom. Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again.
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
A common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I do.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. Because I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops.
Inflict whoops. As if I've
so-
made a terrible mistake.
Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
You guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see it,
Oh,
I wasn't
God.
thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, unless anybody.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
All right. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug with vomit.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Fast it up. The bear's walking on two legs now. It's
No, it's definitely not
changing-
bear tracks anymore. It's
Oh,
definitely
it's not bear.
It's
No, they're
changing the
def-
shape of his foot.
they're definitely humanoid.
Father
they're-
Fike was about to have a
Sasquatch.
conniption with
Oh,
freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a
Sasquatch.
tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat and put on shoes. It had to struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its
Um,
last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's
And that was
still-
when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my god!
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what?
I
You know
can't
what,
bear
guys?
you
I'm barely
Please
holding
stop.
myself together right now.
Let's turn to Persona 4 very quickly.
Barely
Oh,
scratched
God.
the surface.
This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
This is,
All right, everybody got them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right. Anyway,
We're good.
Fucking blast.
We're good.
All right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, and, like, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yeah.
Maria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
Or
never.
not, just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it.
She
She
didn't
kind
get
of.
the good parts.
Well, she
Are there
flipped
good
through a
parts?
bunch of it.
Hmm.
She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you. And then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of Great Worm Archive of Our Own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yeah.
Hold on, no.
Varying degrees of quality, but
As with all things.
it
Yes.
seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had
Had
the
no
opportunity
experience
to
for you.
experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides into the bag of holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the return of Fade. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah.
Curious, actually.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know this. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys.
Hey, that's
I know. I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14!
15!
20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, positive about this document. Look.
No, the dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana just starts writing fanfic.
Full on dragon eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh god, she finds it later in a different life, and like, what
There we go.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied.
Many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
With that confirmation especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, I do believe Weir is correct. I believe that your goddess is protecting this graveyard.
That might explain why
She's doing a shit job of it, isn't she?
Spells got more powerful. I mean, hey, she just deals with the aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is. We won't have to worry about undead
up,
here.
I
I have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Yeah. Thank you, Cortana. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is fucked.
The T-Rexes are now turtles.
All the way down?
Yes.
I'll be mean to this turtle right here.
Okay.
You do know what happens when you. Oh!
You gonna flip over the turtle?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just mean.
That's so mean.
They attacked us. That's on them.
I mean, it was coming right for Diggeroy. What else do you expect me to do?
You saved my life, man. I'll never forget this.
you know, did she tell you how, like, if you find this elf, how do you know it's the right one? There's a lot of dead, sad elves in this wood. Like,
Go ahead and make a history check.
Cortanis cringes again.
Yeah.
Leah, history check for sad elf knowledge.
This be fun. This be fun.
See if you remember any stories.
We were carrying a sad elf at one point. It was a bag.
12.
12.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're happy when you become a bag.
I kind of want Cortanis to say that, just because that's hilarious.
Although most likely it was probably multiple elves that went into the formation.
Yeah.
Did not want to think about that part.
Oh, that bag just keeps getting better.
You don't recall any specific.
Vito, who's standing at sitting at the bar. He looks up as you all come in. Then his face lights up as Sophia comes in. Behind you guys. Sophia! He runs across the room and lifts her up in a big hug. Gods. Turns to the bunch of you. You found her. You found my daughter. It's been what, a couple fucking hours? Thank you. He comes to each of you and grabs both of your hands and each of your hands and shakes them very vigorously with his own. How much do I owe you for this? Perhaps I should ask this better. What can I give you in repayment?
Castana just points at Sophia suddenly.
Put her hand down. No.
But she wanted to.
No.
Castana looks confused.
Oh, thank you. Vito looks very confused by what the fuck why you're pointing at his daughter, but when Digroy immediately puts her hand back down and says no, he kind of just looks at your mushroom hat and figures you must be weird.
He's not wrong.
He kind of leans in and whispers to Sidok, "Is she from Straya? I hear they're weird in Straya."
She might very well be then.
Ah. I didn't think I'd ever meet somebody from the land down under. I know what I said.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Ah, fuck off, Flint.
Alright, well, we can be pretty sure that the cult is out there, but they're not using, at least not this town, and probably not any of the others then. Which means they have a camp somewhere.
This is what we wish to speak to the animals about. Possibly the vultures or the foxes. those who go out into the desert further?
We should definitely ask them, yes. Once we head out, which we probably want to do actually fairly soon, because twilight is the best time to travel in the desert.
And let us know when all are ready, because we must find something to give the animals for help.
I think I'm about ready.
Yeah, I mean, you've been here for a couple hours listening to these stories. It's sun will be setting soonish.
And hearing that, just be like, just flat tone plain. Then we will go search for a carcass. And just stands up.
You do that.
I love how accepting you guys are of Kristona's weirdness. Just as a side note.
I'm as surprised as anyone, honestly. Start heading out, searching around for any sort of like dead animals on the side of the streets or something like that that are around the outskirts.
Roadkill.
Yep, exactly. Literally roadkill. That is absolutely what she's looking for.
You don't have to look very far. This is not a clean place. Within maybe 5 minutes of wandering around, you catch the scent of rotting flesh, and find yourself a dead dog being picked apart by a couple of children in an alley.
Just casually walk up to the kids. May we have some of that? Just pointing at the dog.
One of them turns and looks up at you suspiciously. What do you got for it?
Let's arch your brow at that. Got.
Trade. Are you dumb? You want this, you gotta give us something for it. Something good. Something tasty.
Tasty. That's like pondering, thinking, looking into bag. Makes him went. Let's see. I pull out like a ration, like a couple rations. Think to yourself, Diggeroy, explain this to me, and kind of like pulls off a bit of the rations, put it away for part of it. Your children are too fat.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that for me? Did you just call the children eating a rotting dog in an alleyway too fat?
No, she said their children are too fat. Just going based on what Diggeroy said to that guy when he was haggling.
Oh, God. What are you talking about?
Is this not how one haggles? That is how Diggeroy taught us.
Rita, it's just the kid just walks up to you and goes to grab the rations out of your hand as he's like walking past you.
Let them have the rations.
Sorry?
Just let them have the rations.
Just take the dog.
A pleasure doing business with you. Just give this like slight smile.
The child extends a single finger.
I'll just copy it. The haggling is complete. Diggeroy should be pleased.
Yes, make sure to tell Takarai when you get back.
We are
Oh,
learning,
no.
and starts taking the dog carcass and heading towards the outskirts.
Oh no. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving.
At least back. Okay. Yeah, Mertorial. Oh no. Playlists. You know how they are. Okay. Yeah, we got everybody. Okay.
Food came?
Yeah, the driver just abandoned it on the porch in the cold without knocking.
Oh, great.
Here. And
Thank you, Mertorial. Good to be back.
they completely ignored all of my requests on it, so like
Oh, no.
everything is wrong.
Oh no.
But it's still fine. It's just like they didn't pay attention to anything.
I feel like
Chat's with you, Kristen.
delivery places have been kind of crazy. So
It's not even a delivery place. It's like it's just DoorDash. So it's just a restaurant. Like
Yeah, but I mean, the restaurants that are doing delivery, it's a little crazy.
Yeah.
Well, like,
But
we decided to order food last night. We ordered Chinese at around like a little before 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then like an hour and a half later, I was like, is this gonna show up? I started like looking around, and I found something that supposedly, like the place was closed for 2 weeks or something a while ago, like earlier this month. I was like, well, I guess we shouldn't expect that to show up. So we decided to order from Domino's instead.
Wow.
That took another hour and a half or so.
but it did say on their website the expected delivery time was
Yeah.
like 60 to 73 minutes. So like we knew it would be that long.
Yeah.
So definitely we got Domino's, and our location was doing is requiring contactless delivery or something like that. So left it at the door and then
It's like
got it, and then we got eating, and then like half an hour later I get a phone call like, yeah, hey, this is your Chinese order. I left it outside your door. And I'm just like, oh.
Well, you
This
have extra
was
food.
over 3 hours.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay.
I thought you weren't coming.
I thought you weren't coming.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pro contactless delivery, though the DoorDash drivers around here don't seem to be very good at it. They seem to want to hand me the food. I'm like, you really could just leave it outside my door.
I get that about half
Trust
the
me.
time, and I also gave them instructions to knock so that I'd know when it's here.
I was like, was it still warm though? I'm
Well,
Mertorial's
that was funny.
asking.
I could tell, like, the Domino's
managed to knock?
delivery person, I don't know if they were just like, because, like, I assume they were doing this because it said, like, your location is requiring contactless delivery. So leave instructions. And I'm like, okay. And then, like, I hear the lady or whatever, like basically just kind of like reading word for word off. Okay, do that, do that, and then and just like and then like please knock, and basically she just keeps knocking for like 10 seconds. I'm just like, okay, thank you. I'm here. I know you're here. I was expecting you just like knock and then like, okay.
Yeah. No, most of my
my
DoorDash-
guess is if there's
most of my
probably a
DoorDash
lot of
drivers are
new.
really like they will not walk away until they hand me the food. I'm like, just leave it and go.
Mhm. Yeah, we just had to leave fun instructions because Maggie's seen our apartment, but our door opens out and it's about the exact same size as the little entryway.
Thank you for
nice.
that
So it,
synopsis of
sweeps
Shrek
the entire
head.
floor.
Da-da-da-da.
So we had to say, like,
Okay.
leave it just inside the outside door against the wall so that we don't instantly just knock everything over when we go to open the door. Like,
Yeah.
it was like, oh, this is going to be fun.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
All
like
right.
there's a lot of
Okay,
room.
So we return to whatever the heck we're doing at home.
Yep.
Yeah, I was attempting to show the golden sunset and the lush green grass outside, but it wasn't really coming across the camera. But I see everyone talking about cold and bundling up the blankets. And I'm like, yeah, no, I've got a fan going because it's like 80 degrees.
No,
It's been okay.
It's been cold and rainy.
We had snow flurries the other day. so-
It was really warm. It's been alternately like quite nice and warm and like quite cold.
It's
The
been
weather
mostly
here
cold.
can't really decide what it wants to do.
I'm seeing if I have any splash art of like something that would be appropriate for home, but I'm
Popper.
scrolling back through my archive and it's all
Yeah,
just
we're
like
with this gloomy landscape. We're not. in the shadow anymore.
that's where it started. Episode 69 will be nice and warm.
Yeah. It's okay. Chat doesn't see it.
Yeah.
Popper.
But
okay.
Yeah, everything I have is like dark, shaded, gloomy, ruins. I need to start uploading some new.
Happier, sunnier.
Yeah.
Here,
Green.
let's do this.
Full map.
The big one.
Pretty map. High res.
Yeah. I actually had to cut it down a little bit. 'Cause even this is too big or too not high res enough. Like, cause you can like zoom
Yeah.
in on
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
and
I'm
still
sure
see.
it's not.
Oh, that's like the map for Sherlock. I had to like massively
yeah.
size for which way to take it.
All
But
right.
It's still pretty good resolution though.
Okay, so home. The 22nd of Walahay. Dawn. Well, early morning.
Yeah, what's everyone else doing?
Yeah,
Well-
they're happily greeting all of. They're pleased to see you return. Word has spread of that you've gone off and you've survived going into the lush gut forest, and not only survived but returned with Shepard. So everyone is quite pleased to see you, and a number of people are warmly greeting you and thanking you. It's
A little awkward on
That's
that
just
trek back to
strange.
the cottage. Just like polite but needing some time.
Yeah, poor Cortanas.
Same.
Well, what are we doing? I mean, well, I guess it's just me.
Yeah.
Elias?
Elias, yeah.
Keegan is coming back, so maybe Keegan. I don't
wait for Keegan. Yeah.
yeah, you can probably
Finish
wait for
his
Hegan
circuit.
because I'm sure he'll probably be done shortly.
But I don't know if I have. I don't know. Elias, what do you want to do?
I think I want a bath, honestly.
That sounds really nice.
Yeah, like a nice, real warm, just relaxing.
There are
Yeah.
a number of,
Yeah.
I mean, like, not that it's volcanically active, but there are a number of hot springs.
I could go for hot springs.
Yeah.
I mean, does everyone else want to come to hot springs? Is the question, or is it just going to be like you and me and Keegan?
Keegan's not super into hot water, but he will go because he also likes to be clean.
Not that I'm objecting to the idea of it just
No,
being
or
you and
like
me
Keegan
and
for a
Keegan,
reason.
but like, I don't want to go and leave everyone else behind if they want to come. But I mean, Aiden and Cortanis seem to need some time, and Velis and Leah need to figure out the situation with Shepard. So I don't know how long that will take. Did they really give us any indication of how long that might take?
Not really.
They just
I
kind
mean,
of walk
Leah
off.
doesn't know.
Yeah, I mean, but Valis did. So okay, well, I guess we can ask where the hot springs are, and if they're close, we can let them know that if anyone else cares to join us, they can come find us.
Yeah, who has the
That's
who has
all
the things of the messenger brooches?
I mean, or we can just use a message spell. Yeah.
You know, I was about to suggest I could help maybe with Leah's mom, but I don't know if that's really an option.
I don't really know how they're dealing with Leah's mom, so that makes it a
I
little
will
more.
say Elias is also kind of rubbing his wrist a little bit, where the holy symbol used to be.
What happened?
Yeah, he left it behind.
He didn't bring it.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, we
when you said
weren't
rubbing
we
your
gonna go
wrist,
get that or something.
Yeah.
And,
I forgot about that.
Crap.
Well,
no, I mean it was intentional, but
Leah and Bellis.
yeah, let's start with the hot spring.
Off to the hot spring.
Leah, you and your father, sort of both of you put your arms underneath your mother and kind of guide her home, and set her into their bed, and she's sort of like just exhausted and immediately kind of falls asleep. And although your home is modest, it does have multiple rooms. It's not like a single room frontier cottage or something. And your father kind of closes the door so that whatever it is that you're going to discuss doesn't disturb her. And he kind of looks at you, and he's just sort of like, he sits and like basically doesn't even pour himself a drink. He just like pops a cork out of a ceramic jug
I hold
and
out
just
the
takes a swig.
half bottle and offer it to him.
So like he like wipes his mouth a little bit and then takes like your bottle and like he's still holding the other one. Takes a swig out of that and hands it back and sort of like blinks a little bit. It's like, oh, that's good.
Just don't ask where I got it.
He like as like looks at the bottle. It's like, okay. I cannot ask questions. But and he sort of like looks over at Leah, but I really have a lot of them. Is she okay?
At the moment, that is actually why I brought Velis. We learned that there is still something in her from the Shadowfell that we need to get out. And
the what? The Shadowfell?
He has no context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah. Well, and and Leah's just like, yes, that is where Mother has been past however many years. It has obviously taken its toll on her mentally, but she is still there. She is still Shepard.
But she was kind of looking at Leah for permission to go on.
And she'll nod, because I feel like Leah's like, it's probably easier for somebody not me to even say, like, it's like, how do I tell my dad about my mom? Yeah.
She was under the influence of the aberrations that made their home there for some time, but she's free now. But they left something in her, as your daughter said, and I offered to help. I don't want to see her suffer any more than she has.
Looks off to the
I've
door.
seen these things before.
What can I do?
Just be with her. Help her remember how to be a person again. She'll need that.
She'll need time.
But she'll be all right.
You leave, and he's looking at you, addressing you, and looking up from. And I think that I won't see you again. I worry about you not coming home, you not being able to survive in the world out there. Because I was afraid that I would lose you like I lost your mother. And not only do you come home, but you have found her as well. And I can't describe how proud of the father I am. And how ashamed I am that I doubted you. You have done something amazing. And whatever this is, I know that I'm sure that you can take care of that. Thank you.
Believing in me now, I cannot blame you for doubting. You had every reason to. Don't blame yourself. Just look at Bellis and so how do we deal with that? Those fears, no.
Give me 1 second. I'm
Yeah.
working this
No,
out.
I know. I'm like.
I'm one-on-oneing back and forth, filling Velis in with all of the information that he knows.
It's like the anticipation.
Fine.
Yeah.
Patient.
Yeah. I mean, I could actually just say it. It's fine. So what Velis knows.
Yeah.
This might be easier so that you're not all just kind of sitting in
But I'm
silence.
typing super slow.
Right, because you're like, oh, don't want to get my keyboard greasy because I'm eating. Okay, so most of the people who end up getting taken by mind flayers are like soldiers and rank and file. And so there's not often a whole need to undo this sort of thing. But every now and again, when a noble family or of a house that's important enough lose someone and then are also able to recover, there was a sort of a purification ritual that it was done only rarely because it was only rare that anyone would be able to be found again after they were lost. But it would often involve the assistance of whichever priestess of the house was the most in favor with Lolth and most powerful. And occasionally, if the house didn't have someone, they would have to actually ask another house's priestess for help, and often deading themselves. Just a dog just walking on the back of the couch.
Yep.
Just like a cat.
He does that.
So it's and it would often be a ritual involving whatever the most powerful priestesses that they had, and it was a often requiring rare or difficult materials, ingredients. You're not a priestess, but you do know that is what would happen.
So, what I was gonna say was, I know Velas has like dabbled in magic a little, but it was always kind of more of his family's thing than him specifically, I think. And would it be something that he could describe to someone with more magical knowledge and kind of help walk them through the process? Or
Well, the thing is, the ritual was always my point was less that it was not an arcane process, but rather a religious one, which you're probably even more further removed from. So you know more about like the ecology of Mind Flayer's Nilithid and how it works, more so than you know of the process of how to fix it. You just know that it's possible, but that it wasn't always just a simple like greater restoration. You're better now.
Yeah. It's a little more complicated than getting rid of a...
Well, it's not something that I personally have the skills to do, but we always had some priestess to handle the ritual to cleanse these things. So in theory, you could ask your cleric, maybe get Elias, see if he'd be willing to help. I mean, I know it's not anything concrete, but it can be done.
Yes, perhaps Elias. We also, actually, was Suhi a cleric?
Well,
yeah.
yes-ish.
Cleric adjacent.
She's a priestess.
Okay.
She may have like some.
I couldn't remember.
She might like have some small level of magical talent, but she was more just like
Okay.
A regular
But I
priestess.
would assume that Leah would know of, there's probably at least one cleric person in home, I would think.
not a whole lot of them. Your brother, actually, not your brother. I'm sorry.
No, I know.
Your adopted brother,
Yeah.
Nathan.
Foster brother.
Is probably the closest thing to a cleric that you all have.
Oh, good. My mom's fate rests in the hands of Steward. Lord help us all.
Just because his inclinations were more towards the ecclesiastical rather than the druid or fighty type way.
Druid or fighty?
Your mother was probably the most powerful druid of her generation. And I mean, there may be something that she could even help with as well. But if you're looking in terms of like spell casting power, you're probably looking at like Elias and
I mean, myself too.
yourself. I mean, being a pure spellcaster, in theory, because like pact magic is it just kind of, you just have it, and it's not always universally applicable. But Wuria does have a lot of arcane ability, being a high level bard.
Leah, if you'd like to stay here with your family, I can go talk to Elias, tell him a little more of what I know about this thing. Maybe we can work something out together.
Yes, I think this is going to take all of the heads that we put together.
She will be all right. Just nod to her father and go to see if I can track down Elias.
You're a ranger and he's Elias, yes.
I mean, if Elias and Wirio were looking for
I mean,
hot spring, I think we would have told someone where we were
yeah.
going. So
I think that was the
hard.
plan. To be like, hey guys, if you need a,
Yeah.
we're gonna be in the hot.
Like, I have other things, but I don't think she would have put it on yet because she still had her pack. So she just got all of her shit back.
Okay. Yes. So, as you're all preparing to leave, both sticks to check her out. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Okay, I have no idea what my medicine modifier is.
Do you
I've
have any
never done
proficiency
this.
in medicine? If you don't have
I don't.
proficiency in medicine, then I'll give you a survival check.
A what?
A survival check, since that would be related to...
I don't have proficiency in either one of them.
Oh,
So
interesting.
That's a 10.
All right.
Yeah, the survival rolls were always with Leah's help because Leah's the one who does that.
Yeah.
In which case, then you're not seeing any symptoms, other than like she just looks exhausted.
Okay. Can I just try my primeval awareness? Try and really focus it on her, just to be sure.
Right. You do. And you do pick up a very faint sensation of an aberrant entity somewhere within her.
Okay.
But nothing else anywhere. Very peaceful. Like,
That's pretty nice.
you have to sit there and keep concentrating to keep expanding it, but for the moment, it's not like an overwhelming, like, raw.
I feel like you probably instinctively
Honestly,
just
pretty
brace
nice.
yourself, and it's like, oh, it's not everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Considering how many times did he actually take damage from doing that?
Couple.
Yeah, right.
Just a few. Oh. Just go on then and look for the cleric.
Okay. So, Leah,
Cleric
do you
question
stay, or are you going to go with...
Yeah, Leah's gonna stay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that you can regale your father with all the stories.
Yeah.
I think on the way out,
Pass him up on.
Bellis is just like, tell him about the tree.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she will gladly. I don't have the energy to, but yes, she will.
Okay. I was going to check. Like, did you want to have a thing? I know it's a
Nope.
little late for your time, so.
Yeah, I'm awake. I don't have energy. I don't know.
Yeah,
need
that's
to-
a lot of
It's a
lot of
lot.
energy to do that. I can appreciate that. All right, so it turns out that Elias and the rest of them went to go find a hot springs of sorts, and so that's where you would meet them.
Yep.
Had anyone decided to not go with the group and is off on their own, and or wants to do something other than kind of chill and talk? Because then we can have a separate side scene before we go into that bigger scene. Because based on what time it is right now and the time difference, I'm figuring we might wrap up after the hot spring scene, unless someone's like, I suddenly want to go do a thing.
I know.
Is John?
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
I
what
feel
was
like
John?
I know John has a lot that.
We wanted to kind of be lonesome, but how much lonesome? And if there's
Well,
something you specifically wanted to get done tonight.
I mean, not anything, regarding interaction or anything. Just like it might, basically, kind of taking a walk, keeping to himself.
Okay. And not joining the Onsen crew to this night.
Oh, no, he left before they were even
What?
discussing.
Yeah.
Not going to the
So did Cortanas. Well, we have days. Also, yeah,
He
some of us
might-
don't know about it.
He might find his way over to the training grounds eventually.
Okay.
But it would just be
I mean,
the kind of
there'll
thing.
likely be people there, and if they would certainly be more than happy for you to join them.
Well, like I said, he wouldn't really be doing interaction. He might just pick a couple different things and experiment on his own.
Just sort of meditative. Yeah, kind of like the drills, both from school and from what you've done with Cortanas, sort of stretching out the muscles. No, that's fair. The rest of you.
Also,
at-
since Cortanas went off before they decided to do that too, because she was gonna set
Okay.
stuff down in the cottage. But basically, all she's really doing is, kind of setting things off to the side. Kind of ends up hesitantly sitting on the edge of the bed that she crashed in that one time there, and then like kind of pulls out her journal and was gonna write some stuff down, and then just kind of notices that part of it is not in her handwriting.
I still need to actually write those up.
Yeah.
If we have an actual journal.
Yeah.
It is distinctively Elias's handwriting.
Yeah, so she's gonna start reading through that and just kind of like do that sort of at first tearing up a little bit and then just laughing to herself, like that half like laugh, and then just kind of pause, notice that the letter that she wrote is not in the back anymore, and just kind of note that a bit and put it away for now. Just kind of like lay back, do one of these, and notice like, yeah, she's still in the crappy clothes, and consider she'll probably go see maybe she can find that tailor that Leo was talking about. Just as something to get her mind off things. And that's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we all have to do level up redesigns.
Yeah, right?
Phyllis
armor
is
hasn't
exactly the
changed, but
same without
I've
a
actually
cloak.
been sketching out blade designs. Someday I'll finish those.
Yeah, I gotta update people's tokens and stuff with new art.
Yeah, I need to finish coloring my Leah drawings still too.
Yeah, no, this is it's quiet and out of the way. It is a deep. It's got a section that looks like has it'd been like a hollowed out area. But then it kind of like extends deep down to where Furbolg can actually stand, like almost completely submerged.
We're able to
So
stay
there's-
away from that part.
Stay from the deep end.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a deep end. But it is warm, it is comfortable, it is cleansing, and there are a number of little wooden tubs kind of left out for people that have sort of just fresh water in them. And there's like towels and a number of different like scented sands and things, just for people to make use of. Not a whole lot in the way of like changing rooms. Furbolg's pretty open and communal. Not a big deal. But it is peaceful. Every now and again, like a little bit of leaf or twig or something like kind of falls from the overhead canopy into the water. And, occasionally the buzz of an insect or something like that. Birds tweeting in the canopies. But yeah, it is hot. It is steamy, and if you're throwing in any of those scented sands, then a little note of lavender or whatever.
Oh, shit, I gotta remember that soap I got in Gordon for next time.
Oh yeah, I've got that really good soap.
Yes.
I totally forgot about that.
Where is it?
Where is the really good soap?
Yeah, I think I have it.
Yeah.
You definitely bought really good soap. So.
Nice scented soap.
This is the time.
Good time to use it.
I guess I can take that vial of blood out of my.
Oh yeah.
Which blood was that?
The Chavir.
He used it. Yeah.
He used it.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the communion pool.
Right.
Well, Shavir still has one of those because she brought an extra just in case we lost one.
Yeah. Probably has some significance for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I totally need some like nice peaceful background music or something.
Yeah.
You need to tell us about this place next time.
Yeah.
Because yes.
I don't know when Velis would show up, but
Eventually.
I think
everyone's just sort of like relaxing at first.
Yeah.
Just not saying anything.
Yeah.
There's no fighting. There's no thinking. There's no anything. They're just sitting.
Where he looks down to the looks over the deep end and is like, I feel like Egan, you want to go stand in the deep end? You don't have to, but it's just that looks really deep.
Do we have Kia?
Hold on.
I'm not sure if Egan came along.
I thought Egan was coming.
Yeah, he would have caught up before you all left.
Oh no, we can't hear
I
Kia.
think you're muted. Kia, we cannot hear you, Kia.
Oh no.
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay! It didn't say I was muted, but that was
Somehow
odd.
you were.
Apparently. No, Keegan's probably not sitting in the water because it's a little bit warm for him, so he's just good. He's probably just there, just like essentially using his big old hands to.
Fair enough.
Wash his face, but it's a little warm for me. I'll
maybe
pass on that.
maybe one of the people from home will come and I can see how deep the water is because that's kind of scary. I mean, I've swum before. It's not like I'm gonna,
I promised you that even though it's hot, if you go drown, I will come for you.
Just lots of water.
Eliza's over to test it. Aww.
I was like, why is she typing? And I'm like, oh, because she's.
Yeah, I just realized she wasn't there.
Elias is less tiny than where he is.
There you go.
No, I mean it's a good like 7 feet deep.
Yeah, I was like, this is like multiple Weirias deep. Like
This is cannonball deep.
Oh no.
Yeah, Yeah, upside down smiley face. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So there. I mean, I guess you'll have one or two things that are somewhat compelling time-wise.
Mm-hmm.
With Leah's mom, and I know Aiden. I'm not sure how antsy he's going to be before he starts needing to okay, I've got a direction. But if y'all wanted to specifically take some time in home, and just some specific downtime and accomplish anything. It's late, but I know we can probably have some discussions and stuff between now and the next, which I think is going to be pinned messages.
Do we have stuff for next week?
25th. Yeah, we do have a plan for the 25th. It's just sort of I'm much like as if everyone stepped into a hot springs. The energy level is just sort of everybody's just kind of melting into their chair.
I'm just not there, so
Yeah, exactly. Same.
I mean, it's also a little hard,
Right.
We have got people missing.
So I mean, unless there's specific things that you want to discuss, or go through. If anyone wanted to have in between scenes, hey, you know what? Now seems good. Nobody seems to be too particularly engaged with this one. So if someone wants to have a conversation with someone.
It's just, honestly, I don't mind finishing this. I just can't. I need Elias to say anything too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the problem with Maggie not feeling well. Like it's just weird.
Just kind of waiting on Maggie to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the group scenes are sort of waiting on. All potential group scenes are kind of waiting on poor Maggie and her poor tummy.
Yeah. I could say at least for the next, depending on how long we stay here, the two downtime things would definitely, number one, getting something from a tailor. Number two, seeing potentially, since she put aside the materials for the Salakine before they left, would possibly ask Wiria if she would still be up for that.
Yeah, Wiria would definitely be up for that.
I know she said, when we got back.
Yeah.
Those are the two main things regarding
I'm back.
other people specifically, and
back.
Obviously
Welcome
stuff
back.
to discuss with people when everyone is together. But that is the two side things.
I'm fine if people want to keep going. I'm like, I won't be as involved, but I'm listening and I'm awake. I'm just RP energy is low for me. But.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'm just checking. I mean, it's not even 8 o'clock yet for me.
Yeah.
I think
This is early
it's
for me.
getting late. And it's like,
Yeah,
we've
right.
definitely
Yeah, wait a
gone
minute.
later for
Yeah,
We're just
Not late for us.
still light
I will
outside.
say
isn't
I
it?
slept until 1.
I may get off camera,
Okay.
but still listen in and potentially contribute every now and then. But I'm like, I'm sitting at my kitchen table, which is not very comfy, so
Okay.
I may hop onto my phone so I can still be in Discord.
Okay.
Okay.
If that's cool.
Sure.
Because then, like I said, I'm like, I am actually awake. I just talking energy. It's not.
Oh yeah, Aiden's off by himself because he needs processing time, not necessarily because I don't feel like interacting with anybody.
Yeah, that's the hard
the most
part.
appropriate in-character choice at the moment.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's definitely the hard part, getting people together.
Yeah, I think maybe 10, 20 minutes after everybody settles in, Phyllis finds the hot spring and comes back. And honestly would probably go ahead and just strip down and join them. Hot spring sounds nice.
I mean, I think we're all comfortable enough with it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's done before, so.
Yeah.
Phyllis, do we know what to do for Leah's mother?
kind of.
I need to get a new light bulb for my lamp.
It's the kind of thing that people a bit over my head would usually do. They're, well, honestly, Elias, we might need your help if you're up for it.
Ah. I can. You know what? Let's find out.
What are we finding out, Elias?
I'm just gonna try and cast light. So it's like, what can I do that won't damage something? So it works.
Does the light spell require material components?
Yeah.
Well, yes, but it's not. It's a firefly or phosphorescent moss.
Or your holy symbol, as
Or
which
your holy
is
symbol.
a divine
Yeah.
focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you need that divine focus to sort of call on that energy.
Is something the matter?
You're making the face, but you're not using your words. Again.
Words are useful and helpful. And
this is awkward.
Words.
Awkward, to be fair, this is awkward is words.
Yeah.
But not sufficient words.
Those are Elias words.
We need non-Elias words.
I can certainly try, but
okay.
And I'll just kind of like hold up I think I have it as left hand, whichever one that normally the holy symbol is on, and just be like,
oh,
no holy symbol.
You threw that at the Raven Queen's. We didn't get that back.
Well,
Where is making the face I'm making right now? Like,
Would make it.
I mean,
fuck.
The leaving it behind was intentional. I just didn't think this far ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
Didn't think
on brand.
Okay.
On brand.
Well, I mean,
like, you know, that
is it like my instrument or my horn? Because I mean, I can cast spells if I have other things. I just either need the other things or I need that thing.
It's not really a spell that we need. Exactly. It's a maybe.
Well, like I said, I can try, but like the stuff I do, the magic I did do, kind of all tied to, you know, devotion to a deity, an ideal, that sort of thing.
You
that's not so much a thing anymore.
You know, for all that
So
time
I could
spent
maybe
encouraging you
try
to
and-
walk away.
Yeah, and now
you picked a really shitty
I
time
didn't
for
really-
it.
Okay.
Like, I usually get the material components I can try.
Well,
you know, knowledge
I
is
mean,
still there.
I can try to help, but I don't know that
It's not really
what
a
exactly
spell, as far as I understand it. I only saw this done once myself.
That's
but
encouraging.
at least we know it can be done. Mostly, when people got illithid larvae in their brains, they just left them. But once in a while, I'd get someone important enough that they would actually care. And they had a priestess who would do a ritual to cleanse it. You remember the worms that we saw?
Yeah.
Not exactly the same thing, but it's a parasitic larva. And I didn't want to say this in front of Leah, but eventually, if it's not removed, it's going to eat her brain and turn her into one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
That
bad.
said,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell, she's not showing any signs of illness. So we have time. But I don't know what that ritual involved. I've never been the magic type.
Okay.
So I told
yeah,
Leah that
that's-
I would ask you because we don't exactly have a priestess, but you are pretty damn good at healing people, fixing
Yeah.
shit.
Usually. I mean, I don't think I've ever dealt with a brain parasite before.
I mean, I don't think those are very common, so that's
Yeah,
probably
not
fair.
where I come from. And I mean, the last time I tried to do something like this without a deity's direct involvement, it went really badly.
Oh.
Well,
Well, I mean, okay, so
I mean, isn't there that teacher priest? What's her face?
Suhi.
Suhi.
Could talk to her.
See if she has any ideas.
I mean,
Wouldn't
yeah,
hurt.
More resources.
there have been I guess there probably haven't been mind flayers around here very
Yeah.
often.
No.
Nope.
I would really like to be of more help, but like I said, I've dabbled in magic. This is beyond anything I know.
I mean, why don't
we
put our heads together, talk to Suhi. I mean, we might need to I know I really understand why you don't want to say it to Leah, but we might need to talk to Leah because
Leah, yeah.
she's got a goddess on her side.
This sort of thing.
Who would probably actually, I imagine the Wild Mother would be pretty decent at that sort of thing.
I don't think this is the kind of thing where you just say, "Hey, Wild Mother, you want to get this out of her brain?"
No, but connection. If there is some element of connection to the gods that is useful in this, and Elias intentionally left his holy symbol for the reasons he explained, then Leah is the other person we know with the closest connection to a god.
Not that I'm not proud of you, but timing.
So it's not not saying we go to we get Leah to go to the Wild Mother and say, "Hey, Wild Mother, save my mom," but like
I think I'd rather talk to Suhi first.
A priestess of Serenray, the Everlight, from what I could see. I mean, I don't know a ton about her.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, we can talk to Suhi. I'm just saying, floating the fact that we might end up needing to also involve Leah more directly.
Probably.
And she might.
I don't know about healing and circumstances and stuff like that.
I'm not like, I'm not sure. I know if it were me and if it were my mom, I'd be more
I wanna
upset.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd be more upset knowing that you kept something from me than knowing the truth.
Particularly if she may
Just felt
have,
like
if you were to
she's
tell her, she might be able to offer
Yeah.
some thoughts of her own. Like you know, the
So,
more,
I mean,
the more headaches, the better.
I'm not making.
I feel
I
like-
agree. We
Yeah.
can go talk to Suhi and maybe start there. But
Yeah.
I just
I
feel
don't
like
think
she's
hiding
been
it
through
from
enough
her
for
is a
right
good
now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying we don't tell her, but I'd rather have something to give her.
okay, well then we
Well,
go
then
talk to
let's
Suhi,
go talk
and
to
if
Suhi,
Suhi
see
can
if
help,
she's got any thoughts.
then that's good. If she can't, then we'll revisit.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't the kind of place that has like vast libraries of information.
To
Or
be
I'd say we could do some
fair,
research, but
my whole experience was with priestesses of wealth, so.
Eee.
Simultaneously.
No, I mean,
you're gonna go.
I don't. I'm not entirely surprised because yes, it was the Underdark, but
There are many, many reasons I left that place.
Fair enough.
Right,
We're glad you did.
Yeah.
But I figure if someone like that can cleanse those things, then Shepard's got to have a pretty good shot.
All we can do is try.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's so Suhi, and then from
Yeah, go
there
from
we
there.
figure it out from there.
Maybe like 20 more minutes, though. I just got here.
Next time, gadget.
Yeah, fair.
Dallas just sinks like this deep. I don't know. I kind of feel a little better about not asking for the Raven Queen's help on this one.
I think we've asked enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to say that if, all else fails and we literally have no other options, that it wouldn't hurt to ask. But
Also,
I
I
think
feel like
It'd
she's
be so
asking enough.
awkward. I had this great exit. It was all meaningful, and then go back and be like, "Hey, so
actually,
that would be pretty on brand, though."
In fairness, that does sound like something
true.
we would do.
Yeah, that tracks for us, honestly.
I hate to say it, but
that tracks for you.
I mean, let's be real. That's kind of all of us. As a group, we tend
Not
to
wrong.
show back
No,
up. So actually,
you're pretty right.
How do we get anything done?
Surprisingly.
Persistence and creativity.
Dumb luck.
Dumb luck. Dumb luck.
A lot of dumb luck. There's a lot of dumb luck.
PCDL, that's our.
Don't fall asleep in the water.
Yeah.
We found the dad
No
character.
promises.
It sounds like you want to talk to a couple of people.
Yeah. We're gonna wait
Ask
for a little
additional
longer
questions.
and then go.
Yeah. I think Elias also kind of just sinks down.
Dude, I feel like they're just side by side, and you're just saying bloop, 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 bloop,
God,
so I
somebody draw
think
that.
you'd probably spend most of the rest of the morning in, and maybe even like miss the noonday meal.
Yeah.
just staying and relaxing, maybe even dozing off a little bit. And so at this point in the afternoon, someone actually arrives looking for all of you. So it's just to like check in, like, okay, we haven't seen you since the morning. You're all right. Okay, good.
Just put it up in the water.
Right. Everyone's like pruned.
Yeah.
If a couple
Rubbing the
hours
face.
passed, then
Yeah,
Aiden probably made his way back to wherever they were staying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's you can see that it looks as if Cortanis had come by to lift some stuff, but otherwise everyone must still be out. But eventually someone comes by to check on you and informs you that the communal the communal meal has been had, but that whenever you would like, there's always something available whenever you're done.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah, we should probably get out.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't turn into raisins.
Yeah.
How long would it take to find and talk to the tailor here?
Not long.
Okay, good.
Reluctantly.
So yeah, she might. She
Most
probably.
likely,
Yeah, depending
you
on how
probably
long it
could have
took.
even made it back before they. I mean, yeah. So it would not take long to find Weaver.
Weaver. Okay. And just say that the Pathfinder gave recommendation.
Right. And he's I think it was probably clear that you were with the Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
Considering you're an outsider.
Yeah.
But he's friendly and more than willing to help you with whatever you need. He doesn't have material of particularly fine quality.
No.
It's rustic.
She had an idea, and yeah,
okay.
It's mostly just something for the summer too, because she realized how warm it was here now, and it's about that time of year.
Yeah.
So something lighter and simpler.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, whatever it is, he'll be able to. I mean, it'll take some time to make something like that, just because it's not something that he's used to making. But he takes measurements and notes down, and sort of like, oh, I'm not going to need nearly as much material as I normally do.
And figure out what to do for payment. She's a bit unsure what if they take the normal.
For the just for the supplies, for your part in bringing Shepard home. If you'd like to just leave a little something for the supplies, that would be more than enough.
Of course.
Unless you have something interesting that you'd want to trade instead.
Do I?
We can discuss those details later. There's no hurry.
Thank you. Yeah, and just think it over as she'll go back to the the cottage they're staying at.
Yeah. It's very yeah, it's I don't know what kind of materials and stuff they would use, but it's comfortable. Good for the particular climate.
Yeah, you know what I'm going for. I showed you.
I know what you're going for. Yeah. He can manage.
Okay. Cool.
And then I'm sure you're probably looking around for everyone and heard, oh, they're at the hot springs, and they're probably missing lunch.
Just really. Oh, I did not even think about that. I'm a little sad that she missed out since people are missing lunch, but we'll at least go back to the cottage first and make sure that she has things.
Yeah. Aiden's there.
Together. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, seems like the others are still out.
Yes, I hear they went to the hot springs. Looking a little bit sad that she missed it.
We can have another spa day. It's fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds nice.
How are you feeling?
Better. You know, just a little. I don't mind, being the center of attention, but it's a little overwhelming to have dozens of furbolgs spread around you.
That I cannot disagree with, honestly. Bit towering.
Keegan thinks they're great.
But this is a nice place, and they're good people. If
They
a
are.
bit much at times.
Well, I guess when you're used to not staying in one place for too long.
I shall not ask now, but I do wish to hear about it sometime.
Yeah, I know. I stole that conversation. But
And I'm sorry for bringing it up so quickly.
it's fair. It's in the moment.
Just not the right one.
No, well. That's debatable.
You can say it. I doth believe my Elias hath rubbed off on me somewhat for placing my foot in my
Trust
mouth.
me, you're still much put together than him.
I shall take that as a compliment.
Yeah, and don't tell anybody else that I said this. Having a reassuring conversation kind of runs in your family.
Just kind of smile at that. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
This is all
Still a
quite
lot. But
Yes. Oh, certainly it is. And this shall take quite a bit of getting used to, and just kind of looks at her hands a moment. Just kind of glancing down and kind of focusing on the burn mark that she got way back when for the ghosts when we used heat metal.
Mm.
And just kind of running a hand through the snow patch.
does it feel any different? It's kind of an odd thing to ask.
I doth not know. There's something of a feeling of a burden lifted somewhat. But besides that, and occasionally the fuzziness in my head. Like I said before once, it is like waking up from a dream that felt like much longer than it was. And you remembered everything so vividly, and in the moment you wake up, you begin to forget it, or it blends together. But perhaps that is for the best. I should not be thinking too much on the past.
No. At the same time, now that you have it, you shouldn't. Well, there's some things you shouldn't forget.
That is true. There were good things. Not all of them, but there were plenty of good.
Just because it was good or bad doesn't make a difference whether you should remember it or not.
That is fair. And perhaps I should be writing it all down before I forget. But
There are still some merits to that, yes.
yes, but... And she kind of like peeks over where she kind of left the journal laying on the edge of that bed.
not know if I wish to touch it just yet. I assume you all found the... And then she kind of trails off and glances down. Little...
Yeah.
Cringing a little bit at that.
I'm not gonna judge. I mean, it was sentimental, but given your position, not so much you could do. I mean, not everyone plans that far ahead.
No. I supposed I wish to say things that... Oh, before I forgot.
Yeah, and not everyone gets that chance, so... Even if it didn't turn out to be for nothing, and... Well, maybe not for nothing, but... You were prepared.
Just kind of half smirks to herself. Like, perhaps we shall learn if reassuring conversations run in your family as well.
I kind of doubt that.
And I shall look forward to
There's
the
a
story
difference
anyway.
between knowing how to talk to people about one thing and knowing how to talk to them about another.
Perhaps. We should probably find them now.
I guess so.
As long as you are all right with plenty of furbolgs perhaps being around.
Yeah. I think I've been alone thoughts long enough.
Agreed. Head over the door and open it. After you.
Indeed. Still carrying around the sword under my arm. Where do we even start?
With...
They did say hot springs, so that should not be difficult to find.
I guess.
Or we could ask someone, point the way to the strangers that look like us.
Well, I'm sure everyone knows who you are by now.
Yeah.
Hey, where'd they go?
That is still something to get used to.
Everybody knows.
Oh God, home is our cheers. So yeah, we'll go ask someone to point us that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can readily get directions. I mean, at this point, it's early afternoon. People acknowledge you as you pass. Every now and again, you'll get like a good, strong slap on your shoulder and sort of a good job kind of thing from some of the more gregarious types. But as usual, everyone's very friendly, nice, and those who you ask can point you the way to where it seems everyone's been. Oh, not so much drowning their sorrows, it's just soaking their... no metaphors come into mind, so.
Soaking their turmoils.
Yeah. Drowning their demons.
There you go.
Enjoying the aberrations in the case of this place, apparently.
Yeah. But, so, in terms of where you might get help, Caretaker is the oldest, wisest, and most long-lived of all of the Furbolg. Suhi is a priestess and one of the few remaining Shadowkai who left Teliana back in the day when it was actually being attacked by mind flayers and such. before they ran out. Ostensibly, you could also always, go to Velus's homeland or find, priestesses of Lolth. See if they have information about their
You're
rituals.
funny. You're funny.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a little trek into the Underdark now and again, anyway.
Field trip to the Underdark.
Yeah,
not
just
do that
just a
ever.
jaunt.
Nope.
Just a jaunt.
Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. No.
So.
I think we were gonna go find Suhi.
Yeah, I think we were gonna start with Suhi and then go from there.
Okay. All right. So is that happening now, or would anyone like to splash around a little bit?
I mean,
I think we've been splashing a while.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of soaking.
It depends if we just miss them.
Yeah.
They want
Yeah,
to get
that'd
to
be really funny.
No, I would imagine you probably all get at least a little bit of time before you're all like, yeah, we should probably do something.
Yeah.
Or if anyone wants
Elias
to
and Weary are like
specifically
bright red in the face.
Oh, it is steamy. It is warm.
Because we have missed out. Just glancing over.
Zealous just kind of waves one hand without really lifting out of the water at all.
The water's warm.
That is good to know in a hot spring.
Yeah, there's actually areas that are a little bit warmer or hotter as well, based on where they're venting.
I feel like some of you have been in there longer than's healthy.
Perhaps.
I have no
yes.
idea what you're talking about.
Looking to Keegan.
I think at this point, Weary is just like soaking her feet, watching for Elias and Velas to be done.
This is fine.
What do I feel
Yeah,
like
we can't hear you, Kia. You're
we
very
can't
quiet.
hear- yeah.
Very quiet.
Super quiet.
Yeah.
I turned you all the way up.
Apparently, you're still in the Shadowfell trying to talk to them.
Oh no.
Discord doesn't like you, apparently.
And just say, what did Keegan say?
He's working on it.
Working
yeah.
on.
Oh no.
Hi, Pupper.
My old phone hates me, I think. I give
There
up
you
on
go.
it.
Yes.
Oh,
Perfect.
no.
Yay.
Yeah.
I was trying to use my old phone because my other one's dying, but it's fine.
Oh.
We're good. I was saying that Hegan's probably just sitting there every time anybody dips remotely under the water, he reaches in and just pulls them back up. And
Of course.
I would imagine a couple people have probably fallen asleep.
Yeah.
And then actually slowly started slipping down.
Hegan's playing lifeguard.
You're right. Without actually going in.
Yeah. Just the most
I was kind of sighing a bit at that.
lifeguard
I suppose there is not time now then.
I mean, you guys can take a
honestly,
bath.
Yeah. I feel like it's about to become a competition between Velas and Elias who can stay in.
Oh no.
Drag those two
Speaking of
out.
competition, why don't you?
Actually,
Anyone who's been in the water this entire time should make a Constitution check.
Oh yeah.
Conveniently,
All
I noted that Weary was probably now just soaking her feet.
Yeah, you did. You're fine.
that's a 3.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. 11.
Okay. It's kind of hard to tell with Velus's complexion, sort of the cool gray tones of his skin. But like you can definitely see like he's flushed and he's kind of sweating a little bit and he looks a little dizzy. He might
I'm
have
half
been
wondering
a
if he's
little
had
too
the half bottle of wine in the.
Oh, the bottle.
No,
God.
no. He gave that to
Oh.
Leo's dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was double fisting liquor bottles.
Oh, wow, he's in there.
Actually,
Fair
like,
enough.
give it back to you, but if you'd left it there, he probably would have appreciated it.
No,
We're
I
both
left
going
it.
to be all right.
I'm fine.
That's fine. We're fine.
It's only a point of exhaustion.
No,
Oh,
no.
yeah, it's fine. You should
know
get
about
up.
that.
So wait a second. So technically, I get rid of exhaustion on a short rest, but I got the exhaustion on a short rest.
Oh no. By the way,
I
just
wouldn't
a
actually
sigh.
say staying in a hot tub for that long would exhaust you. It's more like you're just like you're so relaxed that you're you're. It's not like you're tired and you're relaxed. Like I'm so drained from all the strenuous effort. It's more just like you're so relaxed. You're just like I'm just ready to go to bed now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can talk to her later about this
I've
whole
done
thing.
my
It's
carrying
fine.
you for the day.
This is fine. Fine.
Carry you out of this hot tub.
That just
Nobody's
sighs to
carrying
herself.
anybody.
At least give me a few minutes, and she's gonna quickly go to grab a bucket and some of her soap and just start cleaning up.
Take a bath. Take a bath.
Everyone's cleaned and refreshed. And probably about this time, actually, anyways, after the midday meal and into the afternoon, the various classroom responsibilities that Suki has would be over, and she would probably be, who knows what. But you can go find her, pretty readily, just because the there's this sort of shrine that's set up in the glade to Sarenrae. Is usually near theirs where she does her teaching, and usually can be found somewhere near there. So
I think at some point they managed to drag themselves out of the hot spring.
Yeah.
Effort.
Have to help drag them out, probably. That is enough now. That should be fine. The drinking
You
contest.
walk still.
Right. Although
That is the answer to the previous question in the deck ideas.
I feel better.
Much.
Yeah.
You don't sound better.
It's just a big
Honestly, it was pretty nice getting to just relax for a little while. I forgot what that felt like.
I imagine so.
Agreed.
That was nice.
It's been a while.
So, Suki
To
first.
be honest, you should try the sand. It smells good.
Yeah.
You know, the way you say that.
And then she holds up the soap, the rose soap that she was using from Gordon. So but perhaps next time. Thank you. What aren't we seeking Suki for?
We need to talk to her about getting some help with Leah's mom.
Oh.
I mean, I told the rest of them, but she's got something in her that would eventually turn her into a mind flare if we left it alone.
Oh.
Yeah.
She'll be all right. We can get it out, but we need some help.
Understood.
What kind of help?
Well, priestess, maybe?
Cleric, priestess kind of help, and I'm a little limited in what I can do at the moment.
Wherefore?
Why at this particular moment?
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Velis just grabs his arm and holds it up.
Remember when you threw it?
I picked apparently the wrong moment to make a dramatic exit.
Oh. Oh dear.
That was dramatic?
Not dramatic.
For Elias.
For me.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Less dramatic, more, I don't know.
It sounded
impactful
better in your
life
head,
change.
as many things do.
Trying not to chuckle.
To be fair, you couldn't have known that it might be necessary.
I'm sure it would be necessary eventually in your line of work, unless you're planning to get out.
I don't know at this point.
Was that the plan?
The day is young.
Alright.
Well, That is something to figure out eventually. But for now,
now Suhi.
Suhi, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas, like, I'm not great at reading people, but even I can tell Elias is uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, kind of getting it.
This is part of the whole figuring myself out, figuring out that, you know what?
No, of
It's
course.
a midlife crisis.
Very
No,
young
it's not.
midlife
I
crisis.
hope it's not midlife crisis. Quarter life crisis, maybe.
Kind of may sound more like teenage angst than anything else, but okay.
That fits.
And you're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill Elias.
Just confusion.
Well, I didn't really get to have that whole rebellious teenager phase, so.
Well,
guess I'm having it.
I guess now's as good as time as
Now's
any.
as good as time
Rebellious
as any.
teenager phase.
I mean, I guess my rebellious
Suhi.
teenager phase was leaving and traveling on my own. I don't even know. Yes, to Suhi.
You don't even want to.
Let's go.
A bit awkward, but just kind of shakes her head and just follows her now. Shit.
Pretty much.
A lot.
So you do find Suhi. Looks like she is tending probably a small child must have gotten hurt or something, and is kind of crying. And she seems to be talking with them. And a number of kids are kind of running. There's a couple of kids standing away a bit, sort of watching, what's going on. But they sniffle and kind of nod their head a little bit, and she kind of sends them off running to go play with the other kids. When she sees you all kind of coming up, sort of smiles and greets you all, and you seem to be directly approaching her, quietly expectant. Hello again.
Hey.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you all. Thank you for bringing back Shepard. I was young when she left. Now get to know her well. You have healed this community somewhat.
We were actually hoping you might be able to help us a little now.
What can I do?
Are the kids still around?
Oh, kids are gone. They're gone.
Okay.
Let's go.
No, the children ran off. It looked like it may not have been so much someone getting hurt as much as she had to intervene and have a talking to with someone. It just had that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
They're off and running away.
It's actually regarding Shepard.
So,
You're familiar with the creatures that attacked home the last time we were here.
I did not encounter them myself. There have been occasional incursions into this part of the forest by abominations and shadows, yes.
Well, they were worse where she's been, and they left their mark on her. In her.
In her? How do you mean?
Literally, unfortunately.
Quite literally, it sounds like.
There's something inside her that needs to be expunged, and it takes a certain type of ritual to do it, apparently.
Oh.
A ritual I know exists, but I don't know what kind, and I was hoping that you might be able to offer some help.
Any idea?
mean, I do have some records that my family who stayed here kept. We can examine them. But
Anything regarding Illithid?
Illithid? Oh,
yeah.
We can see. Please, I can take you to our archives. But it may be Howard is more type to keep his nose in scrolls and such. You know where he might be? He might be.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that
Not
big.
since they're there.
Okay. Yeah. So she brings you all to a unassuming building. It looks as if this is a place where Furbolg aren't super big on written record. It's a lot of oral tradition and things like that. But what they do have, they kind of have. There's a lot of things here that are old artifacts that have been brought by some of the people that had come from Telyana, her family, along with occasional notes and records that they keep. And she sort of knocks on the door a bit, kind of looking around. And she invites you all in. She starts going through a few boxes, kind of looking through things. And eventually comes across it's basically it's a small series of journals that were kept by her family, and they weren't really so much personal as much as just cataloging information. And she hands some of them out, offers to let any of you read through them. She herself is unfamiliar with anything like that. She doesn't. She's not really much of a magic user herself. But I mean, I don't. I know small magics, but I can certainly pray on the Everlight for guidance. I mean, especially if this is a corruption, as you say. But can look at what we can.
I'm sure she could use any help you could provide, any of you, right now.
Sorry.
Of course. Sure. So, any of you proficient in history?
History, no.
Aiden.
Mm.
Yes.
No. I mean, I have Jack of all trades, but I'm not proficient.
You can also read all of them, too, because you'd have to be able to read Elvish.
Oh, I can read
So
that. Yeah, I can read it.
she's going for it, as well.
I actually can now.
Oh?
Oh?
What?
Just enough practice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because I took, I guess I didn't actually mention, I took a 3rd level of fighter.
Uh-huh.
And I went with samurai.
Oh!
As my archetype, which gives me an
Nice.
additional language. So
Nice.
Awesome.
Samurai.
You finally started to pick it up.
Yay!
Right, yeah.
Also, the
all right.
fighting spirit thing was nice, but yeah.
Samurais are fun.
Samurais are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
interesting.
go above level 3, but yeah.
Right. Go ahead and make a history check. Let's see how well you can glean notes and documents.
Okay.
Those of you who can read Elvish.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the most important factor here is can you read Elvish?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Gross.
natural 20 for a total of 22.
Nice.
7.
15.
I'm guessing by that sort of like empty grin, John, that Aiden is kind of like,
Oh, no! Why?
You're a little preoccupied, unfortunately. And you're kind of like looking, you end up finding yourself looking for things that have nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
And really just looking for other.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You do take note that that this, it turns out that based on what you found, that the elves did have a few people on that journey whom they lost to this process, and that that despite rituals and prayers and spells that they had entreated the Raven to help them, they weren't able to stop what had happened. And that the only thing would be that they would have to take either magic or influences that were beyond them. That what they brought with them from Teliana was not sufficient. But for some, what you do get is a very clear of the symptoms of how they manifested, and how it progressed. For some, it was a week. For others, it persisted for a while and didn't turn up. But almost universally, those who were afflicted by it, eventually, there were a surprising number of the elves. Once they started realizing what was going on, they would actually perform sort of a ritual. I would say it's not anesthesia, but to prevent them from having to go through the transformation, because after a week of sort of being racked by fevers and hallucinations and increasing amounts of pain, eventually it would sort of kind of happen in this one transformation, where it was universally painful and horrifying. And so they started, those who were exhibiting symptoms, taking care of them before it progressed that far. But besides fever, it was usually what would happen is they started becoming more and more incoherent, talking to people that aren't there, and usually the first physical sign besides fever would be that their eyes would start going like clear, not clear, but like milky white, clouding over, and that and fever is usually the first physical, and then they would just sort of slowly lose their selves until by the end it was after the week.
What?
Sorry.
But as after probably maybe an hour or 2 hours of pouring through these journals, of taking notes, of making remarks, Suhi just suggests speaking to caretaker. She's the oldest and wisest, and I will ask the Everlight for guidance if I can.
Thank
if
you.
If this is something that has afflicted Shepherd, everyone.
If we can get.
Yeah.
And
You'll
sounds
have
like we
all
have-
of home to help you.
I would. Can you keep this quiet for now? Just for the moment.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
But does Champion know?
Something of it, yes.
Some of it, yeah.
Okay. Speak to caretaker. If any of you need anything, I can be here.
Thank you, Miss Sui.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Let's go find caretaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
She's, as she usually is, in the glade somewhere near the tree. She's sort of berating some younger furbolg for something. But
Bonus points if it's the same one.
Yeah.
like the kid furbolg? No. This is a looking
young
one
adult
who,
furbolg.
yeah, who should have known better. But when she sees all of you, she immediately goes from like stern disciplinary grandma to like, oh hello, like Mrs. Doubtfire, kind of warm and smiling.
Suddenly,
And she immediately picks up on your moods, and she kind of settles a little bit. This calls for tea. She invites you all into her sort of it is a hut of sorts, comfortable. It's where she goes to sit whenever she's not out and about. Not her home.
He's
her
very glad to
somewhere
be
else.
somewhere that is kind of his size.
Oh yeah, it is very comfortable here. I mean, it is roomy. These are not human-sized accommodations.
He literally
We're in the
stood
giant
at the table the
chairs.
entire dinner.
You
He's like,
even
it's my
have
turn
back
to
your
sit.
head to get in here. Like,
yeah.
It's odd because they feel like small and cozy, like hobbit holes, but they're furbolg size. It's a weird, it's like weird furbolg magic or something. But she invites you all in, and without really, not questioning, not probing at all, she just sets herself to making tea, and sets down a number of plain ceramic cups, sort of pours out a very strong, very strongly scented tea, very very herby.
Very not
It's
onion.
Yeah.
No, definitely not onion. No. But it is still slightly pungent. And she kind of like settles herself in a overstuffed chair of sorts that's piled high with furs and cushions and things. She is on the especially considering how often you've spent around Leah and her dad, on the thinner, more frail side of the furbolg that you've met. And she settles in and kind of just is holding her cup, sort of expectantly waiting and takes a sip. And it's just very patient, unhurried. Everything will happen in time. Whoever speaks up, speaks up. She's just sort of patiently waiting and watching.
Velis is just kind of like turning the cup, just sort of staring at it. Do you have any experience with the way that the creatures that have attacked home were made? Where they come from?
Direct experience, no. The whatever comes down are not organized. They are all wanderers, cast-offs, mindless, no intelligence.
Nothing that's infected your people?
Or stories of such.
Yeah.
There are stories,
That's,
old stories.
yeah. I guess more.
Of those who have been infected and have gotten ill and sick. The elves who
And
came
changed?
before and changed. I don't know. Sort of like scratches one of her furry cheeks.
Happen to know of any stories of someone recovering from something like that?
Carving from an infection. Something so serious that I don't know what kind of infection. I mean, if it's and she I would imagine actually at this point maybe I don't think anyone's gotten Leah, but
No.
she would sort of I would imagine that if it's something like that, Leah is blessed by the Wild Mother.
Yeah.
Her touch.
This isn't something Leah
It's more of a
is familiar with.
parasite than a disease. Yeah.
Parasites, then.
I mean, I think Leah is our next stop, but
Aberrant
Yeah.
parasites
Aberrant
that
parasites.
turn the host into another of their kind.
That is disgusting magic.
Yeah.
You are not wrong.
Yeah.
We've not dealt with anything like that directly. But if it's not something that the blessing of the Wild Mother can bring, and like looks over to you, Elias. Does your matron
Doesn't sound like
know
it.
of such thing? No.
I mean, I've read through some of Suhi's the journals that she has from when they left Telion. It sounds like this is healing's not really her thing.
She is.
And
she's a
well,
wonderful teacher and guides those who wish. But she is not a healer.
Yeah.
If you need something, healing, that is beyond the
A ritual?
ritual, if you need something that is beyond the powers of the Wild Mother, or the Raven Queen, or what we have here, You may. Do not know. We have not had anything like that had to deal with. Not in my memory. I think that perhaps. Can you speak with? I would imagine you would need to speak with those. Who might remember from such time. Or ask for guidance.
I feel like most of them aren't exactly the type who want to help.
Most of them are over in Gordon.
And what good would they do? They
I mean,
couldn't
one does still
stop
kind
it.
of owe us a favor.
Yeah. But
How far is Gordon?
I'd say I also.
It's
I'm
about
not
300 miles.
Yeah. I don't think we have that kind of time.
Bit of a hike.
I
use
may have
sending.
like shortened the distance previously. Didn't quite. Yeah, there is sending.
Would you be able to send?
I mean, yeah, if my character sheet would cooperate. I mean, not today, but well, ooh, actually, that's a good question.
Yeah.
What does it require?
Yeah, it requires the short piece of fine
It
copper
requires
wire.
a short piece of fine copper wire.
Yeah.
I mean, can
we get that
some
here?
fine copper wire?
Yeah. That.
Digs through thieves' tools.
I mean, I would actually say there is a likely chance that amongst
you cut out.
You cut out real bad.
I would say thieves' tools might actually have something exactly like copper wire, conductive element like that. Yeah, that could be a substitute.
I mean,
kind of hand it to Elias. If you want to try it.
I can't try it right now. I don't have spell.
Did you even prepare any spells this morning? Really?
Yeah, we just kind of appeared here this morning, and you went to the hot tub.
We've not had a long rest.
Technically, no. Not since your last one.
That's true.
Not since our last long rest. I mean.
Oh wait, no, I do have sending prepared. Never mind.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Hey.
I didn't remember that.
That's an option.
Yeah.
How many times can you do that?
3? Nope, more than that. I forgot. I have a lot more spell slots now.
Yeah, that's like a.
Sorry, I was just playing a paladin the other day.
Topher, you also have connections to people in Telyana that might know too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's also.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't know. Would that also help us out? No.
I don't know. I mean, I think those journals. They weren't. The Raven Queen was not able. They had no. I don't know.
If you're looking for knowledge that is old.
I mean, weren't the ones that came out this way, weren't they kind of out of the favor of the Raven Queen or something? I can't remember the history exactly.
The Raven Queen kind of doesn't. Yeah, they not only do they have a huge on for the Raven Queen, partially because like one of the reasons is that a bunch of them kept dying. Her blessings didn't help. But also just because like it's elves and drama and all that stuff and faction and whatnot.
They also kind of fucked up, which is possibly why she didn't help. Or
I mean, yeah,
who knows?
Like, you don't know. Maybe there could be so many factors.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing would be, as she says, if you're looking for old magic, or information about something from long ago than speaking to someone who is older than I am. I am old, but not so old. There are a few beings who are old enough to perhaps have memories from when those creatures walked this land.
It's just slight, but Cortanis is just kind of awkward about that.
Not older than Cortanis.
Just sad that she doesn't have those kind of memories to know how to help.
Yeah.
There are a number of Fey folk who live in the woods not far from here, on the other side of the hills, in the valley, near Guarden. The Doral Woods, which just so happen to be on the map. There's also another being, old. I believe you've encountered her before, but know what she knows.
Oh,
Zenthalex,
you're talking about that
dragon.
dragon, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh.
I do believe that she's been around since the passage of the elves in the beginning. But I don't know how much.
Yeah.
I think
we might need more than what we brought last time.
Messages to send.
Start there.
Yeah, I can try and send.
We should, since we're still trying to figure this out, we probably need to talk to Leah some more.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What does Leah not know?
I mean, she knows.
She knows the important
basics.
stuff.
You did not
She
tell
knows
her.
that it's in her.
She doesn't.
She just doesn't know that it would turn her.
I mean, judging by what I read of the symptoms, it seems like we have a little time, but well.
Oh, we don't know how long it's been in her since.
Yeah, I mean, what I assume.
I think it's
that
better to
when
assume we don't have time.
Elias found Shepard, that would be when whatever the parasite was put in.
I know you thought
it's
you
a
meant
week
well.
from when
What
she
they were
starts to
doing?
show symptoms.
Yeah.
And
I
she's
know.
not showing symptoms as far as we know.
I know you thought you meant well, but do not keep that from
Yeah, we should
family,
probably-
Ellis.
I
Any of you.
agree.
Yeah.
No,
I was just hoping to have a better solution for her before I throw that kind of information at her.
It was worth the shot.
I
don't
didn't
think it's an
want
option now.
to give her bad news without some kind of hope.
I understand.
Yeah,
Keep
but
saying that we'll do this and everything will be fine, but
Well, I don't know that we need to
honestly don't know.
sugarcoat it, but just tell her the truth.
I mean, I think it's. I understand. I think why you wanted to wait, but we can't put it off indefinitely, and so now is the time to tell her. And then she can help us look for an answer, because
indeed,
yeah.
She definitely can.
And who knows, perhaps there truly is something the Wild Mother can do.
The Wild Mother seems not a bad avenue to pursue.
We don't have too many options. You might as well try.
It's burned down a tree the size of the one here, so in a couple minutes.
That is a story I don't believe I need eventually.
Yeah, we probably should tell you a bit more about the giant tree.
Yeah, that was.
But later, I understand.
But later,
Time is of
but
the
later.
essence here.
Yeah.
Caretaker is sort of leaning in just
Leah, to tell you about the giant tree. She was super.
I'm sure.
It was intense.
Again, for another time.
Stories come out in time.
I'm
I
honestly
understand.
not sure how I survived that.
I sort of
I'm
think
not
that's
either.
Leah's story to tell anyway.
Yeah.
That is wise.
And shall we go find her?
Yes, she should be, I assume, still with her mother and father.
That is also wise.
Actually, I'll catch up. I want to go ask Suhi a question real quick.
All right.
Actually, I wanted to ask you something, Elias. So, do you mind?
Sure.
Just kind of wait and
Okay.
kind of tag along for like half the walk.
All right.
Yeah.
Why am I suddenly nervous?
Because this is a terrible idea. But I'm just throwing it out there that if we don't have any other options, I might be able to think of someone to reach out to that's done this before.
Okay.
I'm not saying this is a good
sounds
idea. This is as far from a good idea as it
Yeah.
gets. And I would probably have to promise something very unpleasant. But
I'd rather not do that.
But if we don't have any other options, that might be worth thinking about.
What?
I feel like I owe it to her to get her out of
Yeah.
this.
I'm assuming this is someone from your past. One of those.
You know.
People connected to Wolf that you mentioned.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I said it's not a good idea.
No, it's not, but let's keep that as a last resort.
That was the idea.
After talking to a
yes.
dragon last.
There you go.
Talking to the dragon.
At least the dragon probably likes
No,
us.
this is
Kind
not-
of.
That's not something that I bring up lightly, trust me. I honestly don't want them to know that I'm around, but
That's fair.
if we don't have any other choice, I don't know, you're good at talking to people across long distances.
Okay, I'm glad you died. Yeah, because I was about to be like,
No, I will tell you what to say.
Ah, here comes the fanfic career.
I would not. That's not a conversation you
I mean,
want
I
to
would need a
be-
very detailed description of the person in order to talk.
I could do that.
Even try and talk to them, but yeah.
Like I said, last resort, but if we can't find anything.
Burn that bridge when we come to it.
As always.
Whatever your.
Is that a quick question? Probably quick question.
Yes, I will go keep thinking about less terrible ways to handle
Yeah,
this.
think about better ideas.
Go catch up with everyone else.
Ideas that don't involve priestesses of betrayer gods.
I'm telling you it's a bad idea. I'm upfront about
I
that.
appreciate your honesty.
I mean, you've already pissed off the followers of Tharizdun. I mean, if you can get Lolth, then you're like 2 out of 6. I mean, you can just keep checking them all off.
We gotta check out the Betrayer God Pokedex.
Yeah.
Elias, yes?
Yeah, I just had a thought that may not be I don't know. We're hitting a bit of a wall with the idea in the idea department. So Sarah and Ray Everlight, she's, kind of all about, I actually know very little, but from what I've read, it's like healing and, I don't know, second chances, stuff like that. This sort of...
Her teachings emphasize to heal those without hope, to bring light to people
So this kind of situation.
who don't have it. Yes.
So
she is merciful, compassionate. She believes that even those who might otherwise be corrupted or beyond recognition can still be redeemed. It is her compassion that was her downfall.
Yeah, I read about that too.
But those who are irredeemable, who revel in evil, slaughter, hatred, her mercy does not extend so far. But it is not her belief that it is someone's nature that makes them evil or renders them irredeemable. But it is their choices. And even those who have made mistakes or have even hurt, there's always a path back.
Okay. I mean, this is probably not gonna lead to anything, but I mean, pretty good at healing. Do you think, I don't know, would she listen to someone that, like, doesn't follow her? Like, hey, it's kind of a desperate situation and we're running out of options. Of someone who really needs help.
Have you ever tried speaking to her?
No. Like I said, I know very little about her. I honestly didn't even... I've honestly, you're the first Ray I've ever met.
Her light is not gone from her, but it is diminished. And if you have walked in the darkness that you have for so long, I would hope that if you would ask for her light, that she would give it. But I'm not one to say what a goddess or goddess will or will not do.
Okay. All right, well.
But if you think your cause lost, and you...
It's getting there. I mean, we're considering asking a dragon for help. So, that's about where
grasping at straws here.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
Yes.
A chromatic dragon.
A chromatic dragon. I should. Yeah, a chromatic dragon.
Yeah.
Didn't I have a name for her? Something like the Verdant
Yeah.
something or other? I don't remember what it
Or
was.
something.
Yeah, the verdant something.
Verdant, yeah.
I wonder if you wrote that down.
Better note.
I don't.
I know, I didn't.
Oh
I
my
have her
god, going
actual
all the way
name.
back.
Yeah.
I have her actual name, but not her moniker.
Yeah, I know her actual name.
But she sort of, like, when you say talk to an kind of recognized as like, so you survived your first encounter. I would not
Yeah.
desire another myself, but Saren Ray does provide hope for those who seek her light.
All right, well, that's really it. I just kind of wanted to pick your brain on that. Like I said, we're grasping at straws here.
Mm-hmm. She's sort of like very gently and delicately, probably noticing that you've been like constantly like fiddling with your wrist and rubbing it a little bit. She kind of just very gently
there's been nothing on.
rests her hand kind of like on your wrist a little bit, almost to stop you from like that nervous attack. Whatever path you do choose, whatever crisis of faith that you feel, having heard stories of what you and your friends, and knowing that you've somehow returned shepherd after so long from such darkness. You may not need the support of the goddess. I think that you can find quite a bit of faith in you and your friends. She kind of like gently, very gently squeezes a bit before pulling her hand away. But the blessings of the goddess certainly wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. Never hurts to have a little backup. Thanks.
Of course.
For some reason, I read "We don't need no stinking gods" in like to the tone of like we ain't afraid of no ghosts.
We go back to the Ghostbusters concept. Is that who we are now? We just Ghostbusters.
Yes, sorta.
Gonna go catch up with.
Okay. Sorry.
Mhm.
Just catching up on the chat.
Yeah.
I
Absolute candor.
have I often invoke Saren Ray's name in the morning at dawn. If you wish, you can join me. If you
Assuming
wish.
I don't sleep for the next week straight.
I would not fault you for that. You, while you do seem exhausted, I have a sense that a burden has been lifted from your shoulders. And you've walked into darkness and come back out again.
Something like that. Actually, kind of quite literally that. All right.
So, Do you
Hmm?
go on back to Leah's from here? I think that's where everyone was headed.
Yeah, it seems to be where we were going.
Yeah.
Okay.
To at least tell
All right.
her and then work it out.
It is now 12:30 your time.
Mm-hmm.
How are y'all? I'm like, it's 9:30. Whatever. It's not like I have to put
We're
my kids
great.
to bed.
I'm fine. I slept till
No one's
1.
staying up till like 1 o'clock in
Over
the morning.
half of this.
Yeah.
So
You
it
do
doesn't
kind of
matter.
need.
What is time? What is anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly, I think in this case now, it's a matter of best.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Do we want to have this conversation in the scene?
We need to do do we want to have the whole scene with it? Do we want to just say we told her? Do we want to?
We can say we did it, and then we'll flash back to it later next time.
She preferred to wait, she said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, she can't talk it.
In the sense of like, you're all kind of okay with continuing to play. I'm okay with continuing to play. Maybe a quick bio break. But what I would say is, in terms of like logistics, we can have that scene because I think that might be an important scene.
Yeah.
Next time.
I mean, yeah, I'm okay
when
with
Chris is back.
waiting
Yeah.
for
Or
that
we can,
time.
or we can call it. Like, I'm up for whatever. Because like, at this point, you're like, really, you're all kind of driving things, mostly.
I mean, this like as good a pausing point as any.
Just rather than jumping ahead
Yeah.
to not Leah scene.
Sure.
Okay. Though if like folks are still up and awake, I got hungry and I'm reheating some pasta and I'm up for playing like a round of cards or something.
Yeah.
I can like do that
I'm
too.
totally
Yeah.
up for cards or something.
Yeah, I'm not
Like-
for round of cards or something.
Yeah, like just like
Guys,
do
I'm
something a
not
little
gonna be up
fun for a little
too
bit
much
and then
later.
yeah, no, I shouldn't either, but
Are you okay adding some new cards from that mess?
Right?
Yeah.
I could play a little bit of cards if you wanted.
yeah, just like a
Bellis is
round or two.
stupid. Bellis
Yes,
is
she
real
is.
stupid.
That is a terrible
I mean,
idea.
yeah.
You even warned me ahead of time, and
I'm
very
very sweet. It
sweet.
was a bad idea.
But very sweet.
I mean,
No,
I
it
did
popped
throw it
into my
out
head.
to you as an option, but I'm not saying it's your only option. I'm just saying like,
It popped into my
No,
head. I was
yeah.
just like, oh no, I think he would actually do this in this situation. Oh no.
And Aiden's story time gets to wait another week.
Damn it! Damn it! Ah.
well, you're
Tell
like,
me your
"Oh, what kind of
secrets!"
scene you wanted. Well, so actually, we can, while everyone's on here, kind of talk about logistics. So, there are a couple of things. There is the question mark whether or not what kind of time frame or pressure might be on because of this. None of the symptoms that you guys discovered you've seen in Leah's mom.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no time pressure
We have some time
right now. Yeah.
Mhm.
But who knows at some dramatically appropriate point when there might be pressure.
Yeah.
So there's also the question of downtime. Like if you wanted to actually like do something that might take a couple of days, that like I would imagine there'd be at least rest, planning, figuring out what steps you're going to do, talking to different people. Kind of need to do that. And then I know like just how soon does Aiden want to head out as well.
I mean, he's fine with waiting a couple days, but because he's still kind of
processing.
Yeah.
processing, you know, more or less. His brother, surprisingly, is kind of not at the forefront of his mind, although everything with Leah's mom is
right,
kind of relevant to that.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean it's she's not doing bad right now.
Yeah.
So but
Just give me enough downtime to at least pick up my outfit and maybe a salad game.
Yeah.
yeah. So if there's a couple of things that you want to do in a day or two, is you like, you know, rest, recover, repair, gather up supplies and materials for your return journey to wherever you go. I don't think you guys have any fast travel options unlocked, so
No,
yeah.
no, we don't.
We have not unlocked fast.
Shit.
yeah. So that's. Now that I've actually got a map that has a legible scale,
Wildemount's big.
it's a good 300 miles.
Yeah.
To Guarden. Which 24 miles a day is another week and a half. Which actually I think is about the time frame it took you to get back. So.
But yeah.
So there's more.
Yeah, we don't have.
I mean, there are additional options. Let's see. Yeah. So in terms of like your options at this point, is I mean you can always reach out to Velas's family.
Yeah.
There's the Fey folk that are really old, dragon that they mentioned. Interesting.
Not sure which would be more dangerous.
Hoping the fake folk doesn't mean fucking
what's
her face.
I mean, that was back closer to.
Oh yeah, no.
She can fucking go anywhere. She showed up in the shadow.
She popped up in a tree. She popped up in a tree.
It's true.
I mean, knock 3 times.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
And Jenny. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to answer your question.
Oh, I'm sure she would.
Oh, don't remind Mary of that, because
yeah.
this is a circumstance where she might consider it.
This is 100% a situation where she would go knock. So
I like how everyone is making really stupid choices.
Yeah, right?
And then there's Elias being the responsible adult for one.
Holy shit!
Being like, maybe I should. God as a healing and redemption.
This is absolutely where would absolutely make the stupid choice.
Everyone
But she
else is
also
like, I'm gonna
absolutely
make a
wouldn't
bad decision.
think to make the stupid choice unless someone said something to remind her that it was an option.
For once, Elias is not the one making the terrible life decision.
Right?
Good job, Elias. We
Yay,
appreciate
growth.
Everybody's growing up.
Everyone's grown up.
I still cannot believe that he suggested that at all.
Yeah.
Even as like an after the dragon last resort. Like, Velas's entire goal since the beginning of this campaign, like, I just said this to Kia, he didn't have a goal except to stay the fuck away from all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Literally the entire character goal.
It's funny how those things work.
That's not how D&D works.
Yeah, exactly. Except for every single time we've tried to do that to get away.
Oh my gosh. It's like
bad sign.
Every time we've tried to skirt a bad decision.
Where our entire party has reasons to avoid this one particular city, and guess where we're going?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. No, I mean it's like, looking for an expert on Illithid, when there haven't been a whole lot of Illithid around in this area. Tricky.
Yeah. I mean, we could also, like, someone, possibly Brendan mentioned, we could also try contacting Shavir and see if she has any, could point us in the direction of someone else.
Or whatever that council member of Guarden.
Yeah.
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 I feel like that's probably
Probably
the least risky best bet.
So do we still have a favor with her? Did we kind of accidentally use it to go talk to grandfather? That grandfather elf?
I don't know if that was the favor, because like that like what you did,
I don't even remember.
Was pretty big.
I remember talking to him, but I didn't remember where we talked to him.
It's just a cottage and
It was in Guarden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was when Elias and Cortanas went off to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe talk to Leah and then start with contacting that what's her face in Gore.
Sumnus.
I don't have my notes.
Or who knows? Maybe Sarah and Ray will help.
Yeah.
Come on, Sarah Ray.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was like, well, I don't know much about Sarah and Ray,
but she's pretty cool.
This seems like this might be in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, right.
Fair.
Her portfolio.
I feel like my notes have gotten really shitty lately.
I really like my lift top coffee table. It's really nice.
Very nice. Whatever you were eating sounded very good from all the munching that.
Sorry. I muted myself for a while, but then I unmuted myself to
was
say something, and then I'm sorry.
Okay.
I forgot to remute myself. I apologize.
Okay.
If someone had said something, I would have remuted myself.
All right. I should probably end the stream, shouldn't I? And we can do whatever the fuck we want. So thanks for watching, everyone. Good night. We'll see you next week. And
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder.